Burning. Why do they ask for see it there. So she decided there because it's more traditional now.
They call it
so you can taste it. After we have it, when we decided that if we did
No, he's looking for the chair.
chair has no bottom.
Oh, yes.
We put that sign on, cross traffic doesn't stop. I don't know, so there's a sign, stop sign, it talks about notification, it says cross traffic doesn't stop. And then now it's
You should be able to. Right, I'd like to call to order the finance meeting for, the city council committee. We have one, committee, which is finance. I'll turn it over to Mr. Mudavera.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to call the Finance Committee to order for this evening. This evening we are discussing going into our budget hearing for our 2025 budget. This evening we're going to be doing a budget review, and then we'll get into revenue council, clerks, police, fire department, utilities, street lighting, development, codes, golf fund, assessment, receipt, and we will also address capital budget for the various departments if needed. So I would like to hand this over to Mr. Ferrari for a budget review.
Thank you, Mr. Mutaghan. Madam President, City Council people, let's say I'm all welcome to be here for our 2025 edition of the budget. I'm hoping that we will all work together here and get the budget here on time. I think the mayor's put together a pretty good budget, and let's go through it with you. I just want to mention there's a few corrections in this proposed budget. Of course, let's start on the fourth page where the taxable assessed value is. No, the fourth page from the beginning. It's where the graph is. Okay, if you look under the year 2025.
What page is it? So is it?
It's the
fourth page.
Unnumbered, of course, in the beginning.
This page?
Yes, that page right there with the graph. Under 2025, the New York State equalization rate is not 71, it should be 67%. And
68.45.
68.45.
okay, 68.45.
2025.
Okay.
68.45.
And the next line, the full value, was also changed by 68.45. And we're gonna change that when we do the adopted budget, because it's not really a.
Okay.
Sorry, the state gave us that rate in the game.
Yeah.
The state gave us that rate, so.
Yeah, started at 71. The first time I got was 71, then it was 68.45, that's it.
By changing that from 71 to 68.45, would that affect the?
It's gonna affect the full value, of course, it's gonna be up over 3,700,000.
So that will drive the rates?
No, it doesn't affect the rates at all.
It doesn't affect the rate, okay.
Because it's just a full value.
All right.
I just wanted to make that clear. On page 11, and what we did in this whole budget, when we have a blue line that indicates that we plan to use some ARPA funding for that. But on page 11, the ARPA funding should not be there. The job was for the civil engineer has been eliminated, so there's no need for that.
So you're removing
The assistant.
We're moving that, and we moved it to the additional piece overtime. On page 36, the other blue line ARPA funding should be one row down. It's not for operating engineers.
I'm sorry, what page was that?
36.
Page 36. It should be one row down for two MEOs, two MEOs for 131,852.
Page 36.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I know, so you're moving all, this is 197,000, you asked.
Yeah, it's gonna move down one, but the total amount we're gonna use is 131,852. It's not correct.
You have 3 here.
Yeah, that's incorrect. It should go down to, there's only gonna be 2.
Oh, okay, so.
Yeah, and it's gonna be for 131,852.
Okay,
And again, that'll be corrected.
be down about 60 grand, 60 something grand.
All right,
It's gonna be 2 in my here.
it's gonna be 2. All right, so, Mr. Butcher-Van gave me 10 minutes to go over this real quick, so I'm gonna try to do it high level and quick, but I'm gonna use every minute that he gave me, okay? All right, we're gonna do the general fund, because that's the most important fund that we're working with here. The proposed 2025 budget that the mayor has sent out is for $116,674,254. It's 6.31% larger than the 2024 adopted budget by $6,920,692. The property tax levy is going to be increased by $1,333,934, and that is from our levy from 2024 of $32,060,000, and our proposed levy for 2025 is $33,393,394. This will raise the tax rate. The tax rate is going to go from $12.90 to $13.37. That's a 3% increase. Okay. And also in the budget, you're going to notice an increase in waste collection fees. The waste collection fees is proposed to go up $1 a week. This equates to $52 annually for a non-exempt unit. So the units will go from $288 to $340, and this results in $1,180,679 additional revenue compared to the 2024 budget. Also, we want to increase exempt units an additional $1.75 a week, or $91 per year, and it go from the exempt units from $137 to $228. Exempt units have not been raised for at least 8 years that we've been here, right? So I just want to do that.
Can you clarify exempt units?
Exempt units?
Yep.
So what's an exempt unit, Molly?
It's anyone who has an exemption that's senior low income, that's disability, physical disability, and low income, and veterans disabilities.
And that
So they get a reduced amount.
Right. And that's for if you have 1, 2, or 3 units, it's always going to be that one price.
One, yeah.
Yeah, it does not increase per unit, it's just a one price.
So you're increasing for those categories?
We want to increase for those categories.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and
So
also,
before you go, so
Yeah.
when you say exempt unit, does that include non-for-profits?
No, it does not.
does not-
Any not-for-profits that have a 1, 2, or 3 family unit are charged the trash fee, because they are putting trash out at the side of the curb,
and if you
so.
want 2 or 3, go to
So
3.
we have corrected that. In the past, it's been different, but we've corrected that because city code calls for that.
So if you're not exempt, if you have 1 unit, it's $340, 2 units would be $680, and like that. Except for exempt units, no matter if you have 1, 2, or 3 units, it's going to be $228 under this policy. Also, we increased if the code fees are passed by the city council, we expect the revenues for the code department to increase by $210,000. And also in this budget, the police parking, we anticipate an additional $370,000 from the increase from the 2024 budget. So the increase in code fees and police fees will increase revenue by $580,000. That's what we're looking to do.
580,000 total between code and police?
Right.
Could you tell me the police one again, please?
Police is $370,000.
Thank you.
I'm gonna give you guys a copy of this whole rundown, so you
Oh,
can have it
okay.
all later, but
Okay.
it's good that you take notes so you don't forget. Okay, okay. One of the things that we've done too is that we're gonna request that we capture some ARPA funds. The amount of $3,082,278. This includes, the Carver Community Rehab of $1,250,000. Sidewalk program, $940,462. Empowerment Rehab, $654,816. And Riverside Courts, $237,000. We're proposing to recapture this funds for the blue lines that we put into that budget to help us for this budget. And that's a total amount of $3,082,278. Okay, also in the 2025 proposed budget, we're also asking to use $5,465,302 in appropriated fund balance. Currently, the city has $18.9 million in fund balance, which is made up of $6.5 million of restricted funds, $3.8 million of assigned funds, and $8.6 million of unassigned funds. If the city utilizes the $5.5 million that we're requesting, there will approximately be $3.1 million left over in assigned funds. Now, we're hoping that we don't use any of the fund balance, but you have to put in there to make sure that we.
Can you just explain the restricted and non-restricted?
Yes.
So for some members who might want to.
Okay, I'm gonna start with, okay, let me start with what, the capital is restricted. Okay, the $6.5 million is, $1.1 million for the debt reserve. We have capital reserves for, if we need, to buy things that are not budgeted, $4.2 million. Our tax certiorari, is $621,000 in case, there's no budget money for any changes in certiorari. We have $157,130 for snow and ice in case we have one of those big ice storms like we did a few years ago, where we had like almost $1 million in here. We used $900,000, which did not destroy the budget. And also we have litigation and claims for $214,977. We have $3.8 million in assigned funds, and the assigned funds is 2023 purchase orders that rolled over into 2024, plus the $3.1 million that we're using for the 2024 budget, if you recall the budget. Mm-hmm. So that's the assigned funds. The unassigned fund is, money that we have that's not regulated, that, we can move around if we need it. That is the portion that we're gonna use, the $5.5 million out of that $8.6 million. All right, we did a lot of revenues over there. Now we're gonna look at some high points of, I shouldn't say high points, but costs, so expenses. And
Can I ask a question on revenue?
Yeah.
In previous budgets, we continually talked about the police department having a large amount of unpaid parking tickets. And I haven't been seeing that coming up in the budget, although conversations with it, I don't see anyone here, is that they're doing something about it, but I don't see it reflecting anywhere that number.
Yeah.
I did ask for a briefing on that today.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's gonna
yeah.
happen under Chief Clifford.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing it.
And more revenue questions. So for line A, 2025 DX, last year we didn't have anything in there, and then this year we had 1,200, and that's Stein's Park, I believe it is. And how is that determined? Line 2025 DX. And the revenue, A 2025 DX.
How's that determined? That is from the rental of the
pavilion.
And the room they have at Stein's Park.
So last year they didn't do anything at all with that?
Correct.
Okay. My other question is about line 2025F, the tenant league fees. Last year was 2,000. This year you're anticipating 500.
We're anticipating to do what's it called, rehab of the tennis court. Mm-hmm. And that's where we figure that number is going to come from, because not going to be able to use all the courts.
Okay.
I just want to remind you guys that we're going to go into detail.
This is just some
revenues and next. All right, so I'm just trying to give an overview for you of the whole budget. But, we'll take the questions as they come. Mm-hmm. All right, we talked about revenues. Now we're going to talk about expenses. Retirement for 2024, 2025 proposed budget is increased by $2,450,359. That's a 22% increase from the adopted 2024 budget. It's going from $11,161,641 to $13.6 million. This is due to state controller's calculations with the PBA negotiated 384E plus the fire department retirement, which is, you know, the biggest bulk of the cost. Health insurance. Our health insurance increased by 5%. We're going to go from $14,400,000 to $15,112,046. We're praying that this is going to be right there, and we're looking, for instance, for 2024 to basically just be at zero or a small deficit. So we have our agents and stuff like that actually says that they're looking at a 6 to 12% increase, especially because of specialty drugs, as y'all watch on TV. Which, if you see what the costs are, which someday I gotta bring them in one of these days, they show what some of these things cost. You're not gonna believe what we pay as a self-insured group. Okay, so we talked about retirement going up 22%. We talked about health care going by 5%. Also in this budget, our debt service is increased by 21%, resulting in $1,637,880 of additional costs. Our debt service has gone from $7.7 million to $9.3 million. This is because we're just borrowing more. We've actually have a plan in place where the last 2 years we have not bonded. We did band anticipation notice. That is to keep the cost of interest low, and we're trying to wait for the market to be right to actually bond those monies. We thought with this 5.5% decrease in Federal Reserve, the amounts will go down, but the rates have really not gone down as of yet. We're hoping that after the election we'll see something happen better for us. I just want to remind everybody too that what's not in here is there's union negotiations that are in progress. We have the fire department, Local 28, we have CSEA, we have operating engineers. We have not anticipated, or we haven't got any anticipation from the mayor or from the unions of what the settlement cost is, so that cost is not within our, not within our budget. Any negotiated costs will come out of fund balance again, okay? So those are the highlights for the general fund. Let's talk about water fund. The proposed 2025 water fund budget is a modest 2.88% increase from the 2024 adopted budget. The total budget increased by only $282,801. We are not requesting or we're not looking to increase any fees with this proposal of water budget. We are going to use $61,109 of appropriate fund balance to balance the budget, but that helps us not increase the fees. I thought that was pretty nice, good idea. The sewer fund, the proposed sewer fund budget for 2025 is 5.5% increase compared to the 2024 budget. It's an increase of $864,565. Again, there is no rate increase proposed in the sewer budget. We are planning to use debt reserve of $261,756, and this debt reserve is going to help us pay off the debt, which also helps offset any increase in raising fees or rates. Golf fund. The proposed 2025 golf fund request is only a 2.29% increase compared to 2024 adopted budget. The whole golf course budget is increased, marginally increased by $35,665. It's been doing a great job. Matt has been doing a great job running it. Chris Wallen's been doing a great job overseeing everything that's happening. So looking for a modest increase without And 35,000, can't beat that. Okay, now as you looked at our capital budget, we had proposals of $18 million requests. And out of the $18 million, $1.6 million, we're gonna use capital reserve. 362.5 thousand in golf, 668.5 thousand for water, 575,000 from sewer. We're gonna use capital reserves, let's not forget 40,000 from the community development fund. We're gonna use this to utilize and reduce the total to 16.38 million. I'm gonna have Derek go to any line to ask any questions about revenues. He's got the highlights for you.
Yep.
So before you go into the, let me just open and ask anybody who have any questions. So I just want to recap. So the proposed budget right now carry a tax increase of 3%.
Correct.
And a wage increase of $1 per week for non-exempt units. And the exempt unit is $1.75 per week.
$91 here.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions before we move into revenue?
But we'll be going line by line later, right?
Okay, yes.
Yeah,
I
okay.
do want to get clarification.
Please.
When you were talking about, you said 40,000 from development.
Yeah.
Okay, what were you, I don't.
That's CDBG funds.
CDBG funds, I think the development is right here.
Yeah.
And it should show.
Or, no, it says other, it just.
Other, yeah.
Okay.
That's CDBG funds, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions or
I just
comments?
want to mention too, I didn't realize it just till now, until Ms. Porterfield showed me, and the capital funds, there are blue lines in it, those are not ARPA.
Oh.
You showed these in the back, these are not ARPA, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Those are what,
Reserves.
capital reserves that we're gonna be using, I'm sorry about that.
On the capital, in the capital
The
budget.
last
Yeah,
page,
capital
very
budget,
last
yeah,
page.
blue is not ARPA, it's capital reserves.
Yeah.
I should have did a different color, I'm sorry, I didn't think about it. I like the baby blue.
Any other questions, comments? If not, we'll just move into revenue, and it's over to Derek.
Good evening, council. I'm just gonna be going through some revenue highlights for the 2025 proposed budget. So this Anthony Fryer, Commissioner Fryer went through a couple of these high-level revenues, building alteration permits, parking fines, the fund balance, and the federal code assistance. I will not be going over those, but let's first start off with the sales and use tax. We received approximately 18.4 million in 2023. We're expecting about 18 million in 2024, and we're anticipating 18.3 million in 2025. These numbers were also confirmed by the county, so we're spot on those. Cannabis excise tax, we received 132,000 in 2023. We're expecting 800,000 in 2024, and we're anticipating approximately 850,000 in 2025. Fire protection contract.
Sorry, I have a question, Mr. Meehan.
Go ahead, please. Yeah.
Does that take into consideration like the new businesses that are currently in the pipeline, or is that like projections?
Yeah, we're projecting based on the new businesses in the pipeline.
Thank you.
How many, please?
How many more?
How many are we determining that based on?
Four
I
new
believe it's
businesses.
four.
Just on four?
Fire protection contract.
Before you, sorry. So currently we're $800,000 actual on this line.
No, we're expecting.
Expecting 800,000.
850?
We're still waiting
Well,
for
they're-
quarter three and quarter four.
So actual is like 580 something
Yes.
as of September, or
Yes,
that's August?
September, yeah. Well, actually, it's as of January, February, March, April, May, June, as of June. Yeah, because we have to get August,
But we can look up.
August, September, July, August, and September, we haven't gotten that, and then the last 3 months. That's 6 months, yeah. But as you can see, as the new businesses are opening, you know, we feel it's gonna be increased, but it's not gonna, the other business will have less, these will have, you know, people move around, you know?
Yeah, all right, continue, please.
The next one is the fire protection contract. There's a new negotiation, actually, I think the fire department already put a contract together with GE. We should be receiving 75,000 in revenue with them. I believe the commissioner also talked about the trash charges, so I'll skip that as well.
Excuse me, Derek, may I just ask, where was that $75,000 fire protection contract previously? In other words, it says zero across
So it
the,
was in the budget, but it's been, I think, a zero for the last few years.
Yes, before, I think it was a year or 2 years ago, we got a truck.
5 years.
Yeah, we got a truck and something else, yeah, so we haven't got cash before, this, like first
So we
time.
got cash before that.
Yeah, before that, so we
Okay.
haven't had cash in the last, since prior to, COVID.
okay, thank you.
Derek, let's back up a little and let's talk about the pilot. So you're 2.5, last year we adopted 2.550. It's almost the same with the
Yes,
increase in business.
basically right in that area is 2.3, 2.4, 2.5. So we have not really gone over that.
Yeah, in 24, I billed 2.3.
Yeah. So we're right in that area,
What line is that?
That is right up on the top of the first page, 8, 10, 81. First page. Okay,
While we're on the subject of pilots, is there any way to quantify like the monetary gains?
Can you ask, I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
So I think just trying to understand like the long-term benefits of having pilots continue. Is there any way to, in layman's terms?
Well,
I mean, I guess the best thing about a pilot is every year there's a reduction in the percentage, so we're getting more every year. The problem is that we're also getting more pilots every year. So as we obtain more money from the pilot, we also have more partnerships and more pilots, so, yeah.
Is there a standard length of time on pilots? Or does it depend on
It
the
depends
pilot?
on whether it's a Metroplex pilot or it's an IDA pilot. There is a standard for IDA pilots, it should be 10 years. Though we've seen some differences in that, and then for Metroplex pilots, unfortunately, I think it serves really well for the city, but we're at the bane of Metroplex because they can do basically whatever they want. They can have pilots for as long as they want, and they can put them immediately on so they don't follow the taxable status calendar. March 1st to February 30th. So a property is obtained, Metroplex can put a pilot on it immediately. So there's some nuances to both of those.
plus they extend pilots too.
They do, so if there's something that's coming up, GE for instance, they've in perpetuity have extended that pilot, so it's, it's tough because it forces the burden on the taxpayer, the residential taxpayer, I should say.
And at the same time, they give the pilots to bring businesses into the
Yes.
city too.
Right.
It's a double-edged sword for all of us.
It's a double-edged sword. It's one of those things where it's really good for the city, but at the same time, it hurts us in some ways too.
All right, so just to be clear, you said that the IDA pilots, it can be up to 10 years. It doesn't have to be though?
I've seen some that are negotiated differently, but there's more regulation with IDA than there is in terms of Metroplex.
And I agree, it does help the city, however, I mean, I think we've really done well in terms of, developing businesses, so I was just thinking that as we get better then and have so many businesses, we'd be seeing some reductions in that, so that money can get back into our
No,
budget.
absolutely, and we do, every year, those pilots are built so that every year there's more revenue coming into the city. But at the same time, as we get more revenue coming into the city and we have more pilots coming on board, we're taking assessed value off the books or taxable value off the books, so,
Okay. All right, thank you.
yes.
Go ahead, Dee.
So again, Anthony, Commissioner Ferrari, we went over the trash charges, so I'm not gonna go over those. The excess waste fee, the city is in development of creating a plan under the mayor's proposed budget. We're anticipating that $500,000 in revenue reflected by the end of 2025.
What line are you talking about?
A2130F.
So this is covering, we're talking about the, I don't even know what to call it,
I know what you're saying, that's what we're talking about.
Okay.
The larger,
Yeah, okay, well, they were.
People
called
putting out more
jackpots,
than
I
they-
think.
Yeah.
To me, jackpot's supposed to be a good thing, these aren't good things, so that's what we're talking about?
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
So the question is, last year we budgeted $100,000. And this year we're budgeting, anticipating $500,000. I know there were committees set up to meet and to bring forth a recommendation to the council. Up to now, there's no recommendation to the council right now, so,
I'm gonna make sure that you get a
So-
recommendation to the council.
you know,
I'm making sure of that.
So what we need to do, we need to know where the committee is in terms of that, and the recommendation needs to come to the council, because at this point in time, the council has not been briefed to what is actually gonna happen. If it's gonna be a standalone jackpot, that we call it a jackpot, or is it gonna be additional garbage in terms of how do we move forward? So we need that come to the council at some point in time that we can move forward and achieve this $500,000 that is set out there.
wouldn't we be talking about it when we have our presentation on trash?
Yes.
Okay.
But I just wanna make that point out there, because it's, at this point in time, no recommendation was brought to the council to move forward with adopting this policy in terms of us going to, in terms of the jackpot garbage that we were supposed to address.
But it's showing up.
But I just want to make that statement.
And we plan to have it done in 2024, so I'm gonna really push to make sure it's done for 2025. Myself.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Next item is the bus patrol safety fines. According to the police's analysis, we're estimating approximately $600K for 2025.
I'm sorry, line number,
Yes, that is A2610N.
got it? Oh, yeah, that's the bus patrol.
Yeah.
Next big ticket item, sale of houses, A2660A. With the plan spearheaded by the Director of Development and supported by various departments in the city, we're expecting $4.5 million in revenue. Currently, there are 88 properties pending for sale with a total value of $2.6 million.
And
We're already at 3 million. Oh, are we at 3
Over $1
million?
million now, and we have pending,
88
Yeah, yeah.
properties.
how
Yeah,
much money?
2.6.
2.6? So how do we get from pending to collection, and, how does?
We're gonna, there's a wonderful development department, our wonderful lawyers are gonna be closing like crazy.
So if they're pending, then that means they've already moved out of development, are they now in law?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's,
Yeah,
So yeah, but once the contract for sale is signed, it moves over to law and
Right.
we start first close.
so I guess ultimately, I guess my question I'm trying to figure out is, if so it's in law right now, the 2.6 million is everything's in the law department, and then we can just wait till they close and,
2.6 million,
88 properties.
for the 88 properties that are pending?
Alexander, are there 80 properties that have contracts on?
Yes.
Okay, and then, yeah, the staff is working on it.
No way we're gonna close this by the end of the year, right?
Probably not 88, but maybe.
We can, like encumber it and move it.
that's what I was gonna ask, yeah.
Yes.
We'll see where we are by the end of the year. Usually go to March, because it's really, contract's gonna sign in 24. So
Right.
we usually wait till March, and then anything up to March, because that's the last day for, you usually get 90 days after the first of the year to close your books, So that's our plan.
I can look into double check that tomorrow, but before I confirm that, I do want to double check that there are 80 under contract in law. I will check.
Yeah, it just would be ideal if we could get as much money as possible this year. All right, thank you.
And if we can continue on the sales of the home program line, can anyone speak to just that program in of itself? Does that $4.5 million represent like the ceiling for this line, or is there still room for growth, or is that a premature question?
I think there's room for growth, because we're just about, we just completed the foreclosure for the 21 and 22 properties, right?
The 2022 foreclosure was completed. We're now waiting on a motion for summary judgment for about 20 properties. And then we have started the wheels in motion for the next foreclosure. The Liz pendant has been filed, title is done. The next step is to file a petition, so that's in motion.
For how many properties?
So the foreclosure we're working on currently, we started with 429 properties. Some people have redeemed those, so they've paid. Probably, I don't know exactly how many we'll end up closing on, but there are people redeeming of redemption. 390.
That's where we are. On a list, on a foreclosure list.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll. Derek, it's all yours.
Of course, temporary state aid, we did receive 1.3 million in 2024, and we will receive 1.3 million in 2025.
Derek, can you please talk about this, why, because this is gonna go away in 2025, is that correct?
Yes, we don't
So this is
expect,
just a
we're not
temporary-
expecting the 1.3 million in 2026.
Okay.
Next line item is casino license fee. In 2023, the city received approximately 3.7 million in revenue. We anticipate 3.9 million at the end of 2024, and we're looking at 4 million in 2025.
Yeah, this is confirmed with the county.
Those are all the major highlights. Commissioner Fryer did talk about appropriate fund balance in detail and the federal COVID assistance of the $3 million, approximately $3 million.
So, let's see, I mean, do you want all the questions now, or?
No, we just talking
Okay,
about revenue
just do an
question only.
overview. Well, no, okay.
Revenue questions.
Only revenue
All
questions.
revenue questions, though. Okay, so, the increase in the police fees are included in this,
Yes.
okay, that's good, and, so that's like sort of across the board, many of my questions. The building and alteration permits, of projecting 600, and that is line 8.
Yeah, that's included too with his proposal, Brian's proposal.
Okay,
So
so
why we turn?
it was 2555, building and alteration permits, so that's 2555.
So you're saying that this 600,000 includes what he's proposed before we go through the whole public hearing process?
Okay,
So I believe that's 210,000 increase, and the police is 370,000.
okay, and so that's the parking fines, okay. I think that was all of that is all of my questions for revenue.
Mr. Manning?
Yeah, line A15898, abandoned vacant property fee. In 2024, there was a significant increase from 248 to 450,000 and back down to 250. What accounted for that
I
increase?
believe that's the foreclosures.
No, which?
It's
Line, yeah, abandoned vacant property fees.
1589H.
That went down.
Yes, it went, actually, it's going down because, in between 23, 24, properties were being, the banks that were holding a lot of these abandoned properties. They were actually selling them after, because they had them for so many years, they're able to write off the losses after so many years, so they actually were selling them. That's the reason why it's, what went down. So it's not as many as abandoned, and families that, you know, I'm not talking about foreclosed abandoned buildings, I'm talking about banks or property owners who, you know, like moved to Florida and left their houses there, you know.
It was more of addressing the blights on the abandoned building, that people just leave it there and walk away and don't do anything, and we are incurring costs to maintain these.
Yeah,
So we passed that
property-
a couple of years ago to pass on the cost to the homeowner, and at the same time attach a fee.
Right. These are mostly those houses, these houses we're talking about are houses that the tax are being paid, but they're still not being maintained or lived in. And so mostly it was going to racial foreclosing, that's mostly where it was coming from.
Any other question on revenue?
1 second, I just want to make sure, because I think they answered them, but I just want to make sure. We talked about 1116, that's about the cannabis. Oh, okay, we talked about tennis, we talked about, all right, I think we got everything. Except the unpaid parking tickets, which you said the police department.
Yes, I asked PA to give us that because that is something that they are going after now, for lack of words, so we need to address that and see where we can up the revenue on that.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I will just go into council and the clerk department. And so let's go.
There, council, there,
Council 81010, capital budget has increased by 10%. This is due to the removal of outside legal services. We figured that it wasn't needed, so it hasn't been utilized in the last couple of years. The clerk's office, 81410, clerk's budget has increased by 4.24%. From 290,893 to 303,231. This is mostly due to supply increases.
Page 6.
Thank you.
Yes.
You're welcome.
city clerk right there.
Yeah, so there.
Ms. Michael, can you just give us a brief summary for your department and talk highlights on anything that you need to address with us?
It's Michael.
Yes, I hear you.
I can go through it if you want. Most of the clerk's budget is the same. I think one of the council members did note there was an increase in stipend. That was due to we moved the deputy registrar's 5,000, which was included in the salary line.
Can you speak up a little bit, please?
Yeah, of
I'm sorry.
course. We moved the deputy registrar's $5,000 stipend from their salary line into the stipend line, so you'll see the increase there. Because the 3% increase in that in salaries. CCA has not negotiated a contract yet, so there is no increase in those salary lines. Other than that, the increases are due to supply increases, and that's just the market rate currently.
Okay, I have one correction on that. The stipend called stipend for the deputy registrar is actually under the Public Health Law, Section 4124, provides for the local registrar to be paid on a fee basis. That's not really a stipend, that's like a registrar fee to be paid. So that would go under my budget, not the registrar deputy's budget.
That was on your salary line, is that what I'm saying?
That's correct.
So you want us to put it back in the salary?
That's what it is, yeah.
In your salary line or the deputy registrar?
Oh, it's not a
With
stipend.
the deputy but into deputy registrar, not you,
No.
is what they're
Oh,
saying.
never
We can
mind.
move it back.
So you say move the 5,000 to the registrar from 52 to 57?
Not deputy, into the registrar, which is.
And who's
The stipend that she's talking about down here, line A1410, number 36.
That got it,
Okay.
So we don't
Yeah,
have
It's
that.
a pay, it's not a stipend.
right, so you want to put it into, you want to take it out of
Into
there?
the.
Back into the
clerk's-
salary.
Yeah, into the salary.
Into the salary, so the deputy registrar would go from 52,462 to 57? Is that what you're saying?
It's not the deputy, it's me, the registrar.
So we're increasing your
Oh, the city
salary by
clerk.
5,000?
Okay, then what would the other 3,000 be?
That's a stipend.
Okay,
You didn't receive it previously.
I don't understand.
So the register, because in the past, the deputy registrar was getting the 5,000.
Right, that's correct.
Okay,
So
so you're saying the city clerk is going to increase from 83 to 88, right?
And the reason for that is because since I've started, I've been doing all the registry work, even the nights and weekends when I'm getting calls from funeral directors or the state.
So since this is not a salary line, why don't we create a line A 1410 136A? Name it as the deputy registrar, whatever that, and put that 5,000 there because this is not salary.
Okay, so, could you say that again?
This is not salary, it's
The
something.
5,000?
Yes,
Okay.
It's a salary.
so does it comes with benefit?
Oh.
That's why we,
Would it affect the
I thought it
benefits?
was a benefit too, that's why I put it as a stipend, because it does show up as a salary.
If we,
Right.
Requirement for everything.
It's supposed to be a salary.
but if we put it with salary, then we're going to have to increase the benefits, I think is what one of you is saying, right?
No, you don't increase.
Wouldn't the salary go from 83,235 to 88,235, and then wouldn't that affect the percentage? Don't we do benefits based on a percentage of salary?
Her benefits don't change though,
No.
because we already put 5,000, it's already in the budget, 5,000.
Okay,
Okay.
Because it's already in there, we're just.
So what you're saying is that on the benefit line, which is, I'd have to find that, but,
It's in the back of it, it's in the
The
back.
stipend you have.
We're talking about social security and stuff like that, right?
yes.
Yeah, so if she makes more money, her health insurance is not gonna change. Nothing changes.
okay. Why
But
would
her
that?
social security would change or?
No, but it's already accounted for, because we put, as a stipend, it's accounted for as a
Okay, as long as
salary.
it's already accounted
It's
for,
accounted for
that's
as a
great,
salary.
that's
Gotcha.
great.
It's part of, it's under the compensation line, which is like salary.
Right.
Okay, so moving forward, we would put the 5,000 up to 1410-100 city clerk,
Okay,
and we would leave 3,000 in 1410-136 stipend, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanna say this, I didn't hear this before, this is the first time I heard about it, so.
Because it's been happening for over 15 years that I've been here.
But the deputy registrar was always getting the 5,000 prior.
That's correct, but they were also doing more work before.
I know, but I'm just saying, I was unaware of this change that they mentioned. We talked about it, we could have corrected it earlier.
John, did you have?
Go ahead, please.
No. Did you have a hand up?
No.
You just, okay.
You have-
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
So where was the 5,000 prior to this?
In the deputy registrar salary.
In the deputy registrar salary.
Oh, okay, all
Yeah.
right, so 54,000 then minus 5,000 now.
It was in the stipend line, 840.
No, he'll get 50.
No, it was it, where deputy registrar was 50,000, she was making 45,934 plus
Oh,
the
deputy
5,000.
registrar, I'm
No,
sorry,
it's
the clerk, I was under the clerk.
59,34, right?
So-
It was at
It was
50.
40 her salary would have been 45,934 because as a deputy registrar, she received the extra 5,000 and made it go to the deputy registrar going from 45 to 50,000.
Adopted,
Yeah.
right, and then proposed.
So now,
What
instead
is
of
her new
52,462, totally she'd be getting, or whoever, I mean, it's 55,462 is what it ultimately will be.
No, it's gonna be the 52 minus the 5.
Minus 5,000.
Oh, minus
right.
5.
Yeah.
So we're taking it from the
For
deputy
deputy.
registrar and giving it to the clerk. Correct? 5,000?
Yeah, so it'll be
Okay.
47,462.
Got it.
So the deputy registrar is 47,462.
462.
And we're taking off the stipend line.
And taking off the stipend line, set for 33,000 instead of 8,000. Right, correct.
All right, done.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move into assessment. Assessment, and then we'll go to the seat.
Alright, assessment, the total assessment budget increased by 2.61%.
Line 5, I mean, page 5.
Page 5, bottom 5.
John, you have an order for the night, just that.
We'll do the smaller, department. I will do assessment, receipt, development, and then I will go into utilities. And then golf, codes, fire, and police.
Thank you.
Good. So the assessment budget has increased a small marginal amount of 2.61%, from 305,000 to 313,000.
That's it?
Yeah, so, I mean, salaries increased based on the steps for the, and then whatever management
3%.
amount, yeah, that they had. I had a computer for 10 years, so I need a new one. So I didn't realize that the amount has increased, so they increased my computer budget that I had. So that was an increase in the amount. And then I recently got elected to the executive board of my association, and there may be some travel associated. I think they cover some of it, but just I gave an overage for professional development just in case that there was some other necessary stuff. I think we do 2 Zoom meetings a year and then 2 on-site meetings, and one of them is in Green Island, so it would not require anything. But one is in Syracuse, so I don't know, I have to wait and find out, but I think those are the only real increases. Nothing, we don't really spend, I think supplies have been okay. We've gotten to the point now where we can not have to print our assessment roll, we can put it online as a PDF, which is a huge savings with copying and all of those fees.
Just right after you got your new copier too.
I know, thank God. It actually works really well. But other than that, other than increases in salary, I think, what's the longevity? I think those are the bigger areas that we've increased.
I also want to mention that Molly has an advanced pastor.
Yeah, and I just got an award at my conference.
Yes, that was great.
Congratulations. It's fun. I appreciate being in this position. I really love working for the city. It's just, these are tough times, so I understand. We don't ask for a whole lot, and we try to do a whole lot,
So Molly, I ask everybody this, and this being handed down to me. We ask every department, give us a brief, what's happening in your department?
Sure.
What is new, what is old, what needs to change?
Sure.
Tell us.
I think, as our equalization rate continues to go down, I think the city needs to think about being in a place where maybe a reval is something that we look at. It's not gonna solve all our problems, but financially it puts us in a better position. It doesn't increase. The levy is what it is, and with the caps that we have with the levy, you can't go much more. But it puts more of the burden on the places that we're seeing where there's change in ownership, where there's change in, there's a lot of flips going on in the city. I mean, we've got places in the city that we've got sales of 320,000 that we wouldn't have necessarily seen before because people are actually putting some money into those areas. So I think that's really fantastic, but it's unevenly distributed in terms of where you look at the assessed value. So it's something that we should look at. I've gotten some quotes. I'm not saying it's something, the market is still a little unstable, so we don't know what's going to continue to happen, and as the state continues with our equalization rate, they look 3 years back. So we're still faced with some of the post-COVID, the market stuff that's going on. But it's one of those things that I think we need to think about. And as our equalization rate, I had declared on our tentative roll 64, but then the state came back to me and said 68.7 or 68.45. So it's not a big deal, but when you're looking at properties where you're revaluing, that 4.5% is a pretty big deal. That's revenue that we could be taking in. So it's just something to think about. It's an expense, especially with a municipality our size.
How much about?
Could be at the very least 1.5 million. But as you increase with other tools that could allow us to continue to stay at 100% in the future, you could go anywhere from 1.5 to 2 million. And those are expenses that probably would be yearly. So
Yearly?
Yeah, there are things like imagery. So you've got a flyover, and you've got a flyover, you've got a plane flying over with a really fancy camera, and they're looking down at an inch level. So you can see everything. They also have tracking software. So year to year, when they do a flyover, they can tell you what has changed in your municipality. So it's not even a benefit for us. It's a benefit for the codes office. It's a benefit for the police, for fire, for access points, for, I'm not suggesting that we go full on, but there's some thought that it might put us into a better situation financially going forward if we're at 100%. I think there's more work and research that needs to be done, but at the same time, I have talked to some folks. There are some agencies out there that do, or some places that do some really good work for a municipality our size. I think it would be best to outsource that rather than trying to do it in-house, because the resources that a company has are more than we have internally, in terms of staffing and just resources in general, looking at different platforms that give you more access to properties.
Go ahead, please.
So do you think that this might be something that we should anticipate including in the 2026 budget?
Yeah, I would say look into the future. I wouldn't say necessarily. I mean, I think financially, we're in a place where we have to kind of weigh some things. And again, it's one of those, does the cost of this outweigh the financial position it might put us in? And I think we could put some RFPs out there. We could talk to some people that are way more knowledgeable than me about, and I've had a couple of people approach me and say that they'd be willing to talk to city council, they'd be willing to talk to the mayor, so I'd love to look into it more before I say anything, but I certainly think with bond ratings and everything, financially for the city, it might be worth looking into.
So you're saying it would be 2 million initially, and then you said every year after that?
It's not a matter of every year after that we have to do. So the way that it's built, the one proposal that I got, because I just asked, it's a matter of spending over 4 years. So it's not, you don't have to pay in 1 year, and there's payment plans, and they work it, they make sure that it fits the need of the municipality. So it's a long process. It's not just all of a sudden you're gonna have a change. So you spread that over a couple of years, but at the same time, what it allows us to do is when we work with an outside agency, we have the ability to then use them in future years to continue keeping the rate at 100 as opposed to, since I've been we've gone from 123% to now 68.45%. That's a huge swing. And now some of that was the market, but some of it was just, before I came, it was not having stability in the office and checking sales like we should. So it's just a matter of being able to have the resources going into the future to monitor all of that stuff and be able to keep us, do some sales analysis, to do some assessment analysis to see where the neighborhoods are carrying more value.
Thank you.
So I just remind myself of something, and I'm sure you're aware of it, from the mayor, with regards to visits from your department to specific houses and asking, anonymous visit, asking for inspection. Can you address that? Because I know it's a sore point and people have been complaining about it, not happy about it. Can you elaborate to the council why is that being done, and how can we strengthen that or make it more pleasant to people out there and create an atmosphere?
Sure. Well, okay, so I guess what I have said in the past is that we don't generate revenue unless we're able to follow up on permits and work that's being done in the city. So any work that's being done without permits, any work that's being done where we're being denied access to a property, any work that's being done where we have a problem being able to even see the property, we don't generate any revenue from that. And a lot of times those properties are flipped, so you have someone who's putting in a lot of work, maybe they're not getting permits, and then they're selling the property for 3 or 4 times what we have it assessed at. So if you think of a property being assessed at maybe $50,000 and it's selling for $300,000, we're missing out on $250,000 of potential tax revenue. Not to say that cost or equates to value, but if we're not able to capture that, we're not able to move the city forward. So it's difficult for us. It's not that we're looking to go onto properties illegally or whatever. Everyone has the opportunity to say that they won't allow us in their house. But when I find their property on MLS and I see that they've completely flipped it, of course I'm gonna look at it. There's an obligation for me to the city to say, you've done something to your property. Whether you had a permit or not, we need to engage in that because there's a huge change in the property. And I mean, I guess, and I'm not saying this to you, I'm fighting on that. Like, I'm okay with that, like, question me on that, but that's why we have a grievance process in place. So that if you don't agree, but if you sell your property for $300,000 and it's currently assessed for $100,000 and you're not interested in seeing a change in that, or you're gonna be concerned about a change in that, I have a problem with that, because what you're doing is not going by the right, you know, I guess I don't have the words for it. You're not trying to be in the system.
Yeah.
That's, so, I guess, I know this has come up before, John, and we're not trying to create a problem, but we're trying to do our job the best for the city, and we're trying to, you know, we're facing this huge deficit in our budget, and the way, I hear people talking about revenue and this and that, and pardon my language, but I'm like, hold my beer. I mean, this is what we do. This is how we increase the tax base in the city, is by going out and looking at properties that have been renovated. We're not, and I know you're going to continue to think that we are targeting.
No, that's what.
I don't, sorry, I don't,
That's what the people are saying out there.
But that's the constant thing that has come up, and that's not.
Yeah. So the follow-up question to that is, can we put a formal process in place that rather than going out to the specific house on an evening, can we just do a formal process, send a letter to them, and if they're not, then we knock on the door?
But we've done that, John. We've done everything we possibly.
The formal process?
Correct. This has been the process that has been in place since I've been here, and we've done this every single year, especially when it's come up. I mean, there are a couple of times you've had us come in and present to city council. I'm not trying to be difficult, but either you want us to do our job or you don't. And if we don't do what we're supposed to do, then we don't increase the revenue for the city. And I guess that's where, that's the thing that I'm stumbling with, is do you want us to continue, like, our taxable value has to go up at some point. If we don't do that, then we continue, especially when we have pilots, we continue to force the burden on the residential taxpayers. And if the residential taxpayers aren't paying what, you know, I mean, I could go on, I apologize, I'm not trying, and I'm sorry if I sound offensive, it's just.
Well,
Go ahead.
I do want to point out that I think that, was it earlier this year that you did the presentation to us? I think with codes, correct?
Yeah,
If I remember.
Last year.
Yeah,
And it was last year, I thought it was earlier this year.
No.
maybe there was another, I've done.
Maybe, because I think Naeem was probably.
Yeah, it was,
the-
yeah, it was
um,
fine, yeah.
But I think it was really clear, at least to me, through that presentation, that, because there were, you know, accusations about targeting certain populations, but I think that what I heard in that presentation was that you don't even necessarily know who owns the property. So when you're going out to do these, and especially if it's not owner occupied, but I mean, it became very clear through the presentation that that you're not targeting specific populations, because it's not even.
Owners come up on but there's a lot of people that are owner occupied, but also contractors that do the work. We don't have any idea. We look at a property that has a permit, and depending on the scope of work, that's what we follow up on. And it really has nothing to do with who it is that owns it, and I mean, I don't know how more to say that other than show the exact report we pull from Munis, I mean, you guys built the report for us in Munis.
Yes.
And we pull a report to look at all the permits, so we look at demos, we look at, there's certain things we don't look, like, we don't care about paving. You know, I mean, if you wanna pave your driveway, or wanna pave whatever, that doesn't, you know, there's certain permits that don't, you put a roof on your house, great, everybody has to have a roof on their house. It doesn't add any more value than anyone else's. Anyway, second one, but
I think that the reeval clearly is something that we're gonna have to take a look at, but we won't be doing this budget.
No, I'm sorry, yeah, I only brought it up because I think as our equalization rate goes down, we need to possibly think about what that means. So,
No, that's okay.
Mr. Moody, I understand, and I appreciate you asking that question, I hope that you understand this.
I hope that the people are listening to your explanation, which is a detailed explanation.
And I ask anyone who has a question with that, please just come into our office and ask. It's not, you know, I mean, that's not what we try to do. If someone feels targeted, we want to make sure that we're not doing that. Anyways.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
And I kind of get the opposite question. I get calls all the time, and that I report over to code or someone about work that's being done with no permits and, you know, for, revalue of the home, so. And, it's our obligation to report what people report to us, so, yeah. But I thank you for doing your job, absolutely.
I mean, it's tough. I understand. Nobody wants to pay more than, who wants to pay more in taxes? I get that, but.
No, I'm just a messenger.
No, I.
Okay, I was in this room here a couple months ago, full room with the mayor, with several homeowners and contractors talking about many concerns that they had, and I know the mayor talked to you about it, he did mention that to me. So that's what kind of highlighted, so the public hear from you what is actually happening.
Right.
And to,
Well, I would encourage anyone who has a question or concern to come into our office. That's all we can do, is just be more transparent in how we do our process.
any other question for the assessment office? Seeing none, thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Thank you, you too.
We'll go into receipt. It's fine. And that is on page 4, bottom.
Receipts A1325, receipts budget has only increased by 2.03%. I'll let Lindsay talk about our budget.
Well, my budget really doesn't change ever much. It's not very boring, but supplies and equipment continues to be something that's increasing in price, as everyone else has in the last few years. Our validators that we use to give customer receipts have gone from $400 to just about $900 a piece. And we use them constantly. Well, it's a constant thing, so we do have to have a little bit of padding there. And also, as Molly stated, my computer is also not compatible with Microsoft 11, so it's something that you would have to have. But otherwise, there really isn't much of a change in anything to our budget.
So can you just give us, just like Molly did, what's new, what's in the pipeline for your department?
Right now, what's new is we are, working in conjunction with the law department. Of course, we have a foreclosure list that is started. So we've been trying to, we continue to try to educate people the order in which they should pay their taxes when they have liens. And really trying, because right now we're faced with a little longer period than we've had in the past, so we're gonna go into next year before the redemption date. So the 2024s are gonna turn into tax liens. So by law, they'll have to be paid first before the 23s and the 22s and the 21s. So it's something where it could turn into where people might normally only have 2 years to pay, they might end up having 3 or 4. So we've been avidly trying to reach out to anyone that's stopping in to make partial payments, and we do have a lot of that, so.
So our tax base is expanding. How is that affecting your work, the resources you have?
Well, I think it's The nice thing about the past few years is that, more people have been using our website for payments. We still do get a lot of foot traffic. We do a lot of cash payments, every quarter. We have people that stand in line for a long time to pay in cash, and, you know, it is what it is. So it's, we still get that, but we do have people that use the website, you know, quite often, and people still use the Dropbox because we have a lot of elderly people that don't wanna come upstairs. They don't wanna worry about their mail getting lost, and they want to get a receipt in the mail, so they put it in there, and so we really made it, there's really every avenue that you could try to make a payment, you can make one, so.
Yeah, nice.
That's great.
Doing much with little you have.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
So online, there's a certain percentage you pay over your,
So if you use an e-check, so if you just use your
Oh.
checking account number and your routing number, it's
Okay.
55 cents.
oh,
So that's just like postage.
right,
When you use a card, so we are not allowed to absorb those fees because we're a municipality, so the company that runs that, Paymentus, they receive the fee for those, which is 2.64% of the amount, so that can be rather steep.
yeah.
And then once we get into people having 2 years of liens, they do have to pay with guaranteed funds. So they have to pay with either a cashier's check, bank check, or cash, because they can't use a personal check in that situation just because of the status of where they are in their process, so.
Go ahead.
They can't use a credit card for that either.
No, because credit cards are disputable. So you can, and we unfortunately have had this happen. You can come in and pay it, we take you off the, you know, foreclosure list, and then, you know, a month later, you dispute the transaction. So we've had to go where that is something that, you can use it, you know, when you have 1 year of liens, you can, if you have 23s right now, you could use a credit card if you wanted to, but once you get 2 years and you're on that, you know, when you're on the list technically, then you cannot.
Go ahead, please.
I know that this year there was an issue with people and the school taxes and everything not coming over. And so can you tell me what impact that had on your office, and if there's any remedy if that happens again for the company that we contract with?
Well, the company is Munis, it's Tyler Technologies. We do have a contract with them that that's our whole software system for, we also use Municity, but that's separate. Munis is the real financial system. Every year, in May, we receive the delinquency file from the school, and we import it, and generally speaking, around the 21st of May, people can start making payments on their delinquent school. This year, the file would not import, and I will say, and Tony and Derek are aware, since we have converted to our new version of Munis, we have been having a very low response time to our problems. And it's something that we probably need to address the next time we have a contract negotiation with them, because I had spoken with John Puccio in the past when he was here, and there doesn't seem to be an accountability factor as far as how long they have to respond to some of our critical problems. So when that happens, you put in an online case, and then you must try to contact the person repeatedly to get some answers. How it affected us was we weren't able to import the file until July 2nd. It impacted the taxpayers, obviously, because they had the inconvenience of not being able to pay it. However, as you all know, there was legislation passed to delay the penalty. So they weren't charged anything more for not being able to pay it. It was just a matter of not being able to pay it, which I understand. And yes, it's a lot of phone calls, a lot of foot traffic, to both us and the school for why it wasn't there, but it was something, unfortunately, that they couldn't resolve.
Finally did get resolved, though.
No,
yes, July
Now
2nd.
it's resolved.
Yeah.
And it should have been resolved by when?
Well, when we import the file, okay, which I get May 21st, it didn't work, okay? So then they told me they had it fixed the first week of June, so I attempted it again, it failed again. So then it did take them almost a month to fix it. The way that this system works is they have to send something to development, and it actually runs into where they have to do a complete software fix that then IT has to run into our system. And as a result of the issues that I've had since we've converted, I am going to be I normally do my mock tax bill run in November or early December, but I'm actually doing it in October. Because I wanna make sure that we are able to get any errors corrected if we have a long time to wait.
When's the next time we negotiate that contract with them?
I believe it's 3 more years. Tyler's just a part of what happened with the whole the virus thing. Is, you know, they lost all their people left, and they're having a lot of trouble finding new system people up. And then you get new people, then they have to learn the systems, and so, yeah, they're running with all this, you know, like every other coronavirus really set it back a bit.
Yeah. And there are a couple contacts I have there that have been there I've been here for 19 years, and some of them have been there for that long, and they will get back to me, but unfortunately, it's like the hierarchy of how many people are in front of me that have already reached out to them, and it's definitely been an impact this year. Thank you.
So if I can add, I would like to see if we could review what that exit clause would look like, because if your office is having to subsidize and take on that additional burden, and there seems to be no improvements, I would say unless there's a lack of other vendors out there, I think there has to be an accountability factor. If you disagree.
Yeah, I mean, Munis should have to respond within X number of days, because we do pay them on a regular basis quite a bit of money, so I don't think it's not, and they are one of the biggest providers to municipalities around. And it's not that I'm dissatisfied with Munis as a whole, I would say no, but when you have a major problem like not being able to import a file, you can't wait, almost 2 months for that to be rectified.
We find it hard to understand too, is because we've done it for the last 19 years, and all of a sudden
it's like, what's different about it? I've done this,
What
I do
changed,
this in my sleep, and then it kept failing, so it just, and I'm, don't have the power to fix it. So.
And if we have to, if this is an issue and we're paying them at the same rate regardless of how they deliver service, I don't know if there's an opportunity to renegotiate that and say, if you don't get it done by this, then, we reduce how much we pay you by that amount. I don't know.
Right, and I do think it needs, because when we enter a case, we can say, this is a medium importance case, or this is a critical case. And I think there needs to be something where a critical case needs to be addressed within, a day or two, like it used to be, Whereas a medium, okay, I don't need this right now, and that could be, but it seems something needs to be worked out there because it affects thousands of people every time. I mean, I had 2,800 delinquent school tax bills that couldn't come in. That's what it is, so.
Thank you.
Any questions? A lot of work. But you get it done. Thank you, we appreciate what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. We'll move into development, and that is page 50.
Okay, so development codes A8686, A8687, the commissions and the boards A7520, A8010, and A8020. The total development administration increased by 4.68%. Total community development increased by 16.15%. There's no increase in the board of zoning appeals, no increase in the planning commission, and there's no increase in the historical district commission.
I just want to add that the biggest reason for the increase is that the zoning officer was added to that, part of the government administration, and that caused the increase.
I see, okay. So it was in a different department before?
Correct.
So we'll see that decrease in zone.
Yep.
Codes then.
In codes, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Barbara, you can just go through any highlight you would like to make, and then we'll ask you to give us a brief of what's new and what's in the pipeline in the department.
As they said, no real major changes. I think the one change that I probably would highlight would be our part-time seasonal salaries As you can see, there's an increase there of the 54,000. We have, a part-time home specialist helping manage the federal home funds. The mayor has asked, for a plan, for that this week, so I will be working on that. He wants to address that in the budget line.
Can I just
Go ahead,
get
please.
clarification on that, please? Address that in what?
Meaning, the person that is part-time having an end date, or there needs to be a plan in place because they were a temporary part-time person. So he's asked for an update on where we are with that.
And what is their title again?
It's just a clerk, their title is a clerk, but they help, manage the home funding for the community development department.
In fact, that person, we were in, because there was such a lapse at home after the person had the position before, this person came in and helped us tie in,
Address the audits
and
and.
audits and stuff like that with a consortium with Troy and County, because actually she was an expert at this, you know, who's done this for her career, so she really helped us out.
Is this line 86, 87?
Yes, 86, 87. So what you're saying is that will go away?
Yes, this will probably be the last year.
Okay. Thank you. That was my.
Any other questions? Go ahead, please.
So is that the only part, there are no other parts?
Two, but the other,
people?
yes, the other part-time person is drawing from our community development assistant line.
Okay, I see it. So this is a full.
There are two part-time people working between 10 and 15 hours a week.
So I just need, so the 47,005 is compensation for one individual
No,
as part-time?
she's not, that's a vacant position.
It's vacant, but that's where she's getting paid from right now. She's not included in that part-time seasonal salary. That is for the one person working that 20 hours.
Right. So actually, it's gonna be a little bit less than the 47 if they're only part-time.
Correct, correct. But the goal, Madam President, is to fill that position. The goal for the department is to gain capacity because this is full-time work, it's not part-time work.
Mm-hmm.
So the part-time people have been extremely helpful and they got us through the fire. But we need to have full-time, the job is full-time.
Okay.
The goal is to increase our capacity in the department.
All right, thank you.
Fees for service, last year we budgeted 160. This year you're
Based on
400,000.
400,000, so based on what we spent down, our fees for services are really our consultants and our arborists. So 160 was a little bit above what we needed based on what we spent.
I'm sorry, what line is that, please, Mr. Rivera?
That's page 50, right at the
Oh,
bottom.
86. Oh, yeah, I have that highlighted also, okay.
Go ahead, please.
So, under your department, the lead inspector is there, correct?
Yes.
And I read the article in the paper that we got this grant, and so how is that going to impact her level of work? And does she have everything she needs to do that,
It will impact her, it would impact her level where she's already doing the work. This is something with the lead inspector that I was trying to work last year when I came to city council, that was from our predecessor to get a pay increase for her. So I went to CSCA to say, they said they would try to work a title with supervisories, not moving her to management, but with some supervisory skills, because she's gonna have to train other inspectors. We have a grant program coming down from the county as well for lead, for the rental apartments and for landlords. So her role as a lead inspector will increase. You have to be EPA or EPA risk assessor certified, and we only have 2 in the city, and that's including her, and 1 in codes right now. And I believe Brian said we have 3 that are pending, if I'm right, for testing to pass a test to help with that. So her role, her job will increase.
I don't see an increase in salary.
Because CSCA is under
Still in negotiating,
Yes,
see it when that's
so
finally.
I did submit that, as a request, but by default, you don't see that in this budget, but I did ask for that for her.
All right, thank you.
And we're working with the CSEA rep to kind of address the job title, because she's maxed out where she's at, so I have gone to Steve, for that information, so the ball is in the CSEA's hands.
Thank you. So this is definitely going to increase once we do finish the contract. I don't know, ask
I don't know what you guys do.
her. We don't negotiate contracts, we don't.
Well, yeah, but then you have to pass it.
Just say yes. Any other question? I have a question regarding the zoning officer now under your department. Over the last several months, we have fielded a lot of complaint in terms of turnover time from the zoning office, getting people's permit back out on time. I'm sure you're aware of that, we talked about it and we had to talk to you about it. What do you have in place, to address these concerns?
So I would like to correct you, I didn't say over the last several months, it will be predated, because over the last several months, we've made the changes and implemented a process. And if I may, I will look up what the process is, because I don't know the dates offline, but we give her 6 to 9 business days to process those applications. It is 6 to 9 business days. The complaints come from internally not being able to, our departments, meaning code and development, not really communicating properly, but working closely with Brian and the code staff, we have been trying to foster a more collaborative work environment to address that issue. So now Nora, just let me pull that up, I'm sorry. See, you're making me nervous now,
You shouldn't be.
Those
are good news.
In development, now that Nora's up in development, she's been working with the planning department also, which she's getting support from, whereas previously she was not getting as much support, I wish to say. So not only from the development department, but from Alexander, but also from the planners and stuff like that. So we're working together. It turned out to be a really good.
So that change has been made, and
The
the
change
process
has
is,
been made.
the process will improve. It
The
has
process has improved, and we're still working with our code officers. It's all about how we deliver the message to the public, right? If the public is coming in versus saying it's held up in development, we should probably say it's still in process, right? She has 6 to 9 business days, and we have to protect ourselves inside public facing, we're public servants, but we still have, we're colleagues, we have to work together. So Brian and I have worked together to kind of streamline the process, like I said, foster more communication and saying to our team, listen, if you get something and it's held up, let's go by what we have in place. It's still in that 6 to 9 business days, and then outside of that, then you let us know and we'll address it. But I think the public wants rapid gratification, John, right? You put an application in, 3 days later, it's been a holiday, we done had 2 days off, they looking for it to happen right there. So I will try to circulate what this memo is, to city council, if that's okay.
No, the reason why I brought up, because I'm glad that changes were put in place on the 6 to 9 day. That's reasonable for a turnaround and to get the documents reviewed and back out. Because we have heard and seen people waited, several weeks for permit turnaround.
And she's one zoning officer too, so this is why it was important to give her a time frame. So there's 6 to 10 business days after a request has been received, invoiced, and processed into Municity. That's for zoning compliance requests. For permits, it's 6 to 10 business days after code enforcement officers assign the task to the zoning officer in Municity. We have office hours now just for walk-ins where you don't need an appointment. So 9 to 10 and 3 to 4 every day, the public can stop in without an appointment. That doesn't stop the public from making an appointment with her, so that, because the zoning officer is also in the field. So a lot of times people come in looking for her, but she's out in the field. For routed plans for large developments, there's 6 to 10 business days after the routed plans have been given to the zoning officer. And for complaints, because we do get a lot of complaints, we have that they should be submitted over to C-Click-Fix or formal complaint. These forms are found in the buildings department and should be submitted to the buildings department for processing. We put something in place for same-day approvals. No permits will be approved the same day regardless of the circumstances. Every member of the public's application will be reviewed on a fair and consistent basis. And the last but not least is Christine handles the change in tenancy waivers, and there's a 3 to 5 business days for that. This involves going out to check the properties to make sure they are in compliance with the prior site plan approval. So we sent a memo out to department heads in the mayor's office on June 24th.
That's nice. And you're gonna share that with
Yes,
council?
yes.
Thank you, appreciate that, and I appreciate the changes in place. Open for questions.
One thing that we asked for, was the vacancy list currently. So right now, the community development assistant is not filled.
It is not filled, but we have been actively looking, so we have the community development assistant and the program monitor. So one of the part-time people is right now working as the community development assistant, helping with management of the federal funding and ARPA. So she's kind of filling that role temporarily. And the program monitor, we've been getting applications. There were a couple of candidates that we liked, but they didn't get through the civil service piece. And we have one candidate that Mary Ann was working on prior to the transition, so we're hoping to have an answer on that as the new HR administrator gets acclimated.
But these are positions you're definitely looking to fill.
Definitely looking to fill.
Thank you.
The community development assistant you said is filled, that's what we just talked about, right?
She's working part-time.
Okay.
Any other questions coming?
Just want to mention that the capital projects, the development's got, is requesting 3 vehicles. One for planning, one for zoning, and one for community development.
We're 40,000 in that from CDBG.
Is that in the capital?
Yes.
That's what that 40,000?
Yeah.
So you can get 3 vehicles for $40,000?
No.
It was like.
The 3 vehicles are 100.
Right here.
It's right here, 114.
Out of that, 40,000 is coming from CDBG.
Because one can go, if one is for community development, that is an allowable expense for CDBG funding.
So these are all electric vehicles, and we just talked about the lead inspector. Are any of these a vehicle that's like a truck?
Yes, so it is proposed a transit is what we were looking at for it. It's an electric car, I think we have a Chevy Transit, it's like a van.
Oh, okay.
Because right now she has a smaller car where she has to put a ladder and all of these things. The smaller car doesn't work for the job.
So you are looking at a vehicle that would better accommodate it?
Yes.
We're also looking at Mavericks, which is like a small truck.
Oh, it's a truck?
Yeah, for Ford, it's electric small truck.
That's good.
Hybrid.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
But all electric vehicles?
Yeah.
All right.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you so much. Appreciate all you're doing.
Why you didn't ask me what I had going on?
I told you that. I told you, tell me what's new, what's going on in the market.
You did.
Not yet. Not yet,
I
right?
didn't? No, sorry, I asked you. Maybe you didn't hear me. So tell me what's new right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I wanna share with you with the city council that we launched our new software, Neighborly. That is to help community development manage all federal funding. It is gonna help us be more efficient, with invoicing, with processing, with reporting, with the quarterly reports. And this will free up some of the time where we actually can, because the system will be working for us, that we can find other funding sources to manage. So I'm really excited about that. I know we talked a little bit about the city property, so I don't know if this spiel will go, but I was gonna say we're on target to meet our 2023 budget for city-owned properties, but if we're carrying over the 2.6 million to 2025, I guess I can't brag about that, because they're all pending.
No, you can still brag about it, because you achieve it. You process all the necessary documentation to get it where it is.
They're
A lot of work it entails.
they're pending.
Until March 31st, you got it.
Yes,
There you go.
I wanna also highlight, I know I've reported to city council on this, throughout the time, that we are like 99% in compliance with ARPA. And that's invoicing, quarterly reports, with all of our subrecipients. We have some ARPA funding that has been at a standstill, but Anthony advised to get a plan, so we have put out a letter to those subrecipients the team has worked with them to put a spending plan together to make sure that they are accessing their funds and spending them down, in the appropriate timeline that ARPA allows.
How much is that?
Yes, I just want to remind everybody, talking about ARPA, some of these that we talked about that are at standstill, they have till December 31st to have contracts or actually have some contracts with their vendors to actually get the work started or projected. And if they don't, and they go past that time, we cannot appropriate that money, we lose it. So we have to start thinking about prior to December.
Do we lose it, or can we take it back?
No, we can't, no, we lose it.
Go on.
We lose money, so we talk about, we gotta be very careful with the December 31st.
Yes.
We don't have December 31st.
Before.
We have to make sure that we revisit this prior to December 31st and reallocate this money back to the city.
Yes.
Right.
And we have one that is really in jeopardy, so our team is being very intentional to work with that.
How much is out there?
As far as those.
Not being appropriated by the sub,
I would say just one.
just one.
Money.
How
Of
much?
1.2, I believe, 1.2 is what.
And then there could be that one for $1 million too, that one.
Yeah, the 1 million one.
Yeah, $1 million one too is pretty tough.
We have this.
Oh,
Yeah.
I didn't see
So
it.
we're looking at
That's
probably
right.
Huh?
2.2 million.
So this gives us all the information that you just talked about.
Yes, but the department is actively, we wanna support, those community organizations, so
Yeah.
we're doing our part to kind of just encourage them, reminding them that time is of the essence. But December is right around the corner.
So if you can.
When you're going out reminding them, are you getting a positive feedback from them? Are they working with you on your department to submit documentation?
Yeah, but they've been giving positive feedback from the start. I think they're just having difficulties, and that brings me to the next statement, is capacity, right? It's a large amount, and one of the organizations just doesn't have the resources compared to some of the other organizations to actually execute the project. So the plan is there, but it's getting other resources to work with ARPA.
So, on the same lines of ARPA, those recouped ARPA funds, were those projects that were in consideration, were they notified of this new position the city's taking?
I was not part of that conversation, so I'm so sorry. I was not able to notify because I didn't find out until I seen the proposed budget.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I can speak to that because I got an email from one of the projects, and the answer to that question is no, they were not informed until they sent an email actually to ask where it was, and they included myself and the mayor and Ms. Carver. And I responded and said, this is what the situation is, because I know it was in the budget. They were not aware that they were being considered to have those funds rescinded. Carver.
I thought Carver, they left.
What do you mean left?
I thought they gave up their.
No.
The old group did, but then we had the co-op who came and presented to the council.
They're not necessarily 501c3, right?
Neither was the other group.
No, Carver was a 501c3.
So let's just
Miracle on
go
Craig.
step back.
Let's
Miracle
call it
on Craig
Miracle
was
on
not a 501c3.
Oh,
And
I
they
did not
were-
know that.
To my knowledge, they were not a 501c3.
I thought.
And,
Did you
so
think they were too?
I did think that, but I mean,
I don't believe they were. However, the new group did have community fathers as part of it, which is also a 501c3, if that seems to be the sticking point. So they were definitely a 501c3.
Yeah, but we didn't have a contract with them, we had it with the other group.
Right, and the other group returned the building, and then but this group was in discussions. We as a council sat here and heard them, and so they were under the understanding that we were working with them. So we can talk about the contract and all of a
I had
sudden,
no idea.
but we never said otherwise. So they came here discussing this with us, so they understood that we were working with them. So, nobody ever said you gotta sign this contract. So I don't think we could just go down that road. so, but I don't know what happened, how it happened, I just know that I read it in the newspaper. That was, I read the newspaper, then I went and looked in the budget to confirm that what I was reading was correct, and that was, but.
I was under the assumption that, that the original group gave it up and that it was pending. We wanted to use it before we lose it.
So
This brought me to questions, and so I'm just going back to say that, okay, Marco and Craig wasn't a 501c or is still not a 501c. We did transfer the building to them. And the other group that took over wasn't a 501c, but we didn't transfer the building to them.
I know.
What? No, we didn't.
No, that's why I had.
So now the question is, why did we did it for one and we didn't do it for the other?
I was under the presumption that the first group was a 501c3.
Well, let's go back and verify that, I do not believe it was, but I will definitely.
I don't know this.
However, but we can't, but let's not also say, I just wanna make it clear that we never said to the group, are you a 501c3, as we had those discussions with them and they were doing the
And
project.
if my memory serves me correctly, they presented they weren't gonna go to 501c3 route.
Mhm.
And they were saying that they were gonna work to get, their formal,
Yeah.
they weren't gonna do the 501c3.
Right.
They were
But
gonna
there's
do-
no way they're gonna be a 501c3 by December.
this is the new group, you mean?
Yes.
When we had the meeting, when we had the
Yes.
meeting here.
Yes, the Hamilton Hill Co-operative.
So Mr. Ferrari, how can we have a formal email that out to this group, the last group, to inform them?
I don't even know who the group is it?
I know who the
Well,
group
we-
is, I know who the group is.
All right, well, we'll get together, we'll.
Oh.
So-
Formal letter.
I think the mayor's part of this discussion, and, because he was on that email, so just so we're not, I know that he's not here tonight, leaving him out of what this discussion is, because he was definitely a part of that email that was coming from the cooperative.
And I did speak to the mayor briefly this week, and he said he was gonna reach out and have a conversation, so he is aware. I did try to follow up with him on the email that we received, so he said he would reach out.
I was not aware of that, but I also heard that there was other institutions that were, other companies that were
Interested.
interested in.
But I think the goal from where I sit, think the goal was to have a collaborative effort between the community and another organization that has capacity to support the Carver.
And so to circle back to your question, no, they were not formally informed. That's what started
I'm
the
asking for a
conversation.
formal notification to let them know what is going on, yeah.
I think that should come from the mayor,
Yes.
not me.
No,
I think that should come from
I'm
the
making a
mayor.
statement, I asked Mr.
I had no
Ferrari.
idea.
Yeah,
I just thought it was in limbo and, it's money that we can use it. We wanted to get it used before December.
go ahead, please.
Thank you, Ms. Carver. On this, is there any, have you gotten any, whoever's gotten their money, spent it, the way they needed to appropriate the funds, have you gotten any reports from anyone, is it?
We collect reports quarterly.
Okay,
So we, the only person that there's only a couple of people that have fully expended,
Right.
and we're working to get closeout reports for them, but everybody's in compliance.
Okay.
They spent it based on what they said they were gonna spend it with their ARPA proposal.
can that be passed along to the council at any time?
So you want the final report or you want the quarterly report?
Quarterly, yeah, see.
Come on, that is so much.
She just,
No problem.
Thank you, my friend, thank you.
any other questions?
I'm still.
No, I'm just, no.
She got a list there, she got a list.
I want my time.
You wouldn't have done it, you didn't tell them you wanted to talk about the highlights, you would have been out of here.
No, I just wanted to highlight two more
No, go
things,
ahead.
and that was that we addressed, all outstanding HUD audit findings from 2020, 2021, 2022. So we had 3 years of findings when I started a year ago that were still pending, and all of those have been addressed and cleared up, with the federal government. And for the first time, when I look back at and being on the other side of being a subrecipient of the city, we've always received our community development grants 6-7 months after the fiscal year has started. And for the first time in at least minimum 7 years, we have our contracts ready to go out into the public, into the subrecipients within the first 30 days of our HUD fiscal year starting. So I'm really proud of the team and the work that the department has done with that.
That's great.
Nice work.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
Detail.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Carver, for the work that you've done the year and bringing us up to date. Now, did you talk about, the other, and your team as well? I know that's not one person, it's the team, but you are the team leader. The other one where I read in the paper about the Department of Labor, did you mention that one? You didn't. Do you want to?
I don't even know.
Oh, where, there was something that you did, I think you mentioned it here. And then there was an article in the newspaper about it, but I didn't see that the development team was mentioned at all.
Are you,
The grant.
pro-housing?
Yes.
Oh, the pro-housing
Yes.
community designation, I didn't
Yes.
highlight that, but
Yes.
we did get that. So as a city, we have access to discretionary funding that other municipalities may not have. Eventually, New York State will make that mandatory. I don't know if that happened for all municipalities, but we were in the beginning where it wasn't mandatory. So we completed all of the zoning and planning and community development research and gave the data to get the designation for the city. So we are designated as a pro-housing community.
Put that in highlight list.
Okay.
That's
And
great.
that happened under your watch.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, seems like a lot did.
When you think of Department of Development, let me just be clear, it's more than just development, it's community development, it's planning, you're the lead program director, you do SURA, it's the Historic Commission, it's the BZA, it's the Planning Commission, it's the city-owned properties. There's a lot, that falls under that umbrella. And it's important that I just say that on the record. It's not just development. It is a large umbrella, and we are working and making the most appropriate changes in finding out what's most advantageous for the city in a whole, what processes, procedures, policies. We have addressed that this last year. So it's just important for you to know that we're working upstairs. I wish we would have an opportunity to eat truffles and dum-dums, but we're busy working. Madam President, there were two things that I did request in the budget, and I did have a conversation with the mayor about it, and he said that I should bring it before council. So, ma'am.
That brings up to the finance director.
Please.
Sorry.
It's all
Okay.
yours.
So and for the record, I had a conversation with my boss, and he said it is at the city council's discretion, okay? The planner one sent a formal request for a pay increase of 10%.
What page?
That would be 86, 100.
Principal planner, I'm sorry, principal
51.
planner.
86.
52.
But
Can you repeat
page
that?
50,
Can
I
you repeat
think.
that?
Yes, the principal planner put a formal request in for a 10% pay increase.
Okay.
And myself, the director of development, put a request in for a 15% pay increase.
So, principal planner, how much, 10%?
10%.
Requested, okay. And development, what was the increase you requested?
15%.
Are there anyone else that you request?
No, understanding the rest of the team, they had amounts, but I think those are the two biggest that I will bring before you today.
In addition to the probably 3% that's there already?
Not in addition to
Okay.
that.
Overall.
So it would be 12% or
Overall.
7%, in
Yes.
other words.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So 15 minus 3.
That was a good clarification.
Mr.
So,
Mosher,
yeah.
can you correct me if I'm wrong, how would it be the council's purview to dictate the mayor's proposed budget?
Well,
Well, it's not dictating, it's making changes, which is what
Beyond
we
that,
do.
but right, what I'm saying is he can elect to do, as the mayor, what he elects to do in his proposed budget.
that's a good question, and we can relate to this over years, as being on this council here and this finance chair. And many times the mayor says, you know what, it's his staff, he put in a salary that he thinks that is reasonable. And sometimes it doesn't go well when the council tries to make changes to staffing and salary. And that's a good point you brought up there. So we will have to consider these openly within the council with an open mind this year.
And I did have a conversation with my boss. Of course, I respect my rapport with him, so I would never bring something before you that I have not discussed with him. And he heard me, and I asked him what what would he suggest that I do? And he said, bring it before council. So that is just what I'm doing, on this evening. You know, whether it is honored or not, I'm doing what I feel is best, advocating for myself and advocating for my team, as I've just highlighted the work that has been done, thus far. And not what has been done thus far, but even taking into consideration on where we're going. Because we're still walking, we haven't even begun to run and put dust behind our feet, so get prepared.
No,
I
you
guess I
should,
misunderstood.
you should advocate for your team and for yourself every time. Oh,
Well, I'm not really understanding your question. I mean, we have had this happen in the past as well, where staff people have been, the salary increases that they requested of the mayor were not put into the mayor's budget, and so we have had the opportunity to then discuss those increases in salary here as council.
It's relatively new though. It hasn't like in maybe prior to you, but relatively before that, that didn't really happen. That's kind of a new
yes.
phenomenon that people would, I can't tell you exactly where it began, but I think I remember who it began with, which staff person, but generally speaking, that didn't happen. But there's an individual who felt very strongly about the request that they made, therefore they came to advocate for themselves. So, just so you're aware.
I'm saying this according to Ms. Alexander's account, if the mayor felt so entailed to put the increase in, he could have just put the increase in and then spoke to it to us. So that, to me, is the proper way to go about it. I can understand this way, but I just wanted to have a clarification of, we review his proposed budget.
We do, but again, because we have our department heads come in during these nights, let's move it away from personnel and salary. But I mean, clearly we have instances where our department heads are going to ask us to think about things that the mayor has already rejected. I mean, it's just been part of the, at least, I mean, again, I'm only in my second term on city council. But it certainly has been this way since I've been on city council.
But that's not how it was presented.
Department heads,
It was presented that the mayor was in favor of this and said the correct way to go about it is to discuss this with the council.
Oh, no.
You put in a request for the 15 and 10%, he gave you what's here.
He
3%.
said,
You-
oh, I
and
I went back to the mayor and said, can you please reconsider my request? And he said, he thinks this is a sound budget. And I said, well, what do you think that I should do? He said, bring it before city council.
so he wasn't saying he supports it, he
All right,
just said, come talk to
let's
us.
let's maintain that. Do we have something? You good, you finished?
Yeah, so that's my understanding, yeah.
Yeah, he didn't say he supported, he said bring it before city council, so I'm just following directions. We gotta laugh sometimes, this is always, when we talk about finances and when you're advocating for yourself, they're tough conversations to have before the body, the council, so thank you.
I respect.
Thank you.
No, you have all right to advocate for yourself and your department. That is your duty.
Yes.
Because that's how you've been able to strengthen your
It's
department,
always-
and that's
it's
how you build your department.
Your hard
Any other
conversation.
questions for Ms. Kerwin?
No. Thank you
Seeing none,
so,
thank you so much for
thank
all
you
that
so
you're doing.
much, thank you Anthony, thank you Derek, thank you city
Thank you.
council.
Thank you. We will go into utility and street lighting. Am I missing anything under your department?
I'm sorry, which,
So the
where are we
utilities
going?
account codes are 81620, 83310, 83311, 85182.
Can you just tell me the page numbers, I'm sorry, just so we can flip to it.
Page 24.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got it.
Page 12, I think.
Yep,
12?
Page 12.
So,
Go back to, let's start on page 12 and then work our way down.
Thank you.
The utilities administration decreased by 128.46%. This huge decrease is mainly due to two retirements in 2024.
Okay.
The sign maintenance increased by 12.28%. Total traffic increased by 7.60%. The total street lighting increased by 40.86%. That's from 1,690,000 to 2,380,000. Juan will explain his portion on Friday. It's a smart city portion, so Ryan Cannon will address his portion of the street lighting.
Okay, thank you.
So let's go through one, the utility admin, and then we'll go to the next one because it's multiple page and, so we'll hand it over to Brian and just walk us through, tell us, anything that you need to address, you need to address before us in regards to utility administration?
So that's myself, coordinating line workers, painters, sign maintenance workers, like to the city, traffic, whether that's making drivers and pedestrians the like safer. So that's something that I do. And then there's the IPS 3, which right now is Lisa's filling that position, but we're looking to, obviously with her being semi-retired, get someone else in there to assist with in-office duties, whether that be financial or people in general.
Another question
Go ahead, please.
regarding that, so are you saying that Lisa's still coming in working?
1 day a week, yes.
1 day a week?
Yes.
The other one for the principal billing clerk, which was last year a half, part-time, and now we're just doing away with that?
That's that portion for,
Page
12.
Okay.
So this question for Director, if you see the signal superintendent line going down, it has to be do with grade. The signal superintendent salary, from 111 to 97,000.
I believe the 111,000 was originally John
Puccio's.
They hired Brian at a certain salary, and then it's increased by 3%. So the 97,000 is 3% of what he's making currently.
It's 3% increase, so,
Right.
yeah.
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
So my understanding, in addition to Lisa, is Mr. Puccio also doing some work with the city?
Correct.
So where do we see that? On the fees for services, where are we seeing that?
Well, that won't continue into next year, we're anticipating.
It will not? Okay. That was,
Any other question on this section? Go ahead, please.
Is 3311-200 in this section, utilities traffic?
3311, sorry.
I'll get to that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get
Okay,
to that.
so
I'm just
that-
asking about page 12.
No, I don't have any more
See
questions
that.
on that page.
If not, we'll then move to page 24, 25.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I didn't have any.
So Brian, just walk us through the sign maintenance and then we'll go into traffic.
Okay, so painters, anything, crosswalk, center line, basically anything that isn't a specialty they can do. Also making signs in downtime or the day or the months that they can't be outside, doing their typical duties. Sign maintenance supervisor leads, whether it's the painters or the sign maintenance crew for the day, and then I talk with that same sign maintenance supervisor and make sure that we're on the same page as far as what they're doing and using their time optimally.
Go ahead, please.
As we heard from the police department, a number of instances about needing to have signs replaced. Is there like a normal turnaround time for signs, or is that a backlog project?
So I'm glad you said that. I actually have a report from the police department that we're going through. They gave me their signs that they feel need to be replaced. We're doing our own in-house observation of what signs. So I actually have to follow up with my sign maintenance supervisor tomorrow and make sure that we're on the same page as far as what needs to get done.
Thank you for being on top of that. We need that. Yeah. Any other questions regarding sign maintenance? Seeing none, we'll move into the next page, utility.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
What is the? Oh, no, okay, nope, I changed my mind, I don't have that question anymore.
Traffic.
Thank you.
Utility traffic.
Traffic. So line workers assisting with, we have our smart city initiative, ensuring any conduit that we have that we own is incorporated properly into the system and protected and marked properly. Attend to street lights, signals, anything that we own really, the line worker crew will attend to. And with the supervising line worker, similar to the supervising sign maintenance worker, getting with me and making sure that day to day is optimally used and touching base on certain things that may arise and making sure we handle those things properly and quickly.
On the traffic, there's a bump in unused sick leave. Ferrari, can you help with that?
That's because,
Robert.
Excuse me, one of the supervisors is gonna be retiring next year. We want to prepare for it.
Okay, gotcha. And go ahead, please.
I would say these are conversations that continue from last year with continuing funding positions with ARPA funding. Or can you speak to just the need to this position, not if it's addressed this year, but for next year when the ARPA dollars are gonna be non-existent? Is this a position you could reabsorb in a different manner, or is this a position that can be, without better words, like just eliminated?
So no, I'm always looking for different opportunities to find funding. EV charger funding is one to highlight in particular that I'm actually looking to get a handover from PD on probably later this month. But that I would look to see as being a possible replacement, if you will. Probably not going to be to the same effect, but already have my eyes set on that. Thank you.
Any other questions on this? If not,
I do on
Go ahead,
traffic
please.
equipment.
yeah, go ahead.
AA 3311, $220,000. I wasn't sure exactly what was under traffic equipment, so I do need to know that. But then my follow-up is, depending on what that answer is, will this be enough money if we are making any changes on any of our traffic calming measures? Will we need to have more money there?
I don't think with the traffic calming measure that would be impacted by this. So what I intend to use that money for is for controllers that go within our traffic cabinets. I can get about 4 with that amount.
Okay.
So to answer your question, no, that wouldn't really affect it, but it's very useful for if we have a new intersection or want to revamp our equipment. It will list a short list of a couple that would probably see some revamping. So that'll be what that money will most likely get allocated towards.
Okay, great, thank you very much.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
So can I just go, I'm sorry, can I go back to, I want to be clear about under A3310, the sign maintenance, so there's 3 painters,
I'm sorry, going to 30.
this is on page 24. There's 3 painters?
Correct.
One's vacant, right?
What's that?
Is there one vacant position?
Well, it's part-time, so it's like 2 painters, and then we have a third that's, I'm sorry, he's the sign maintenance worker. Let me find the page here.
It's page 24.
Was it number 8?
It is,
A3310.
yep, and then 110.
So yes, that would be the 2 painters, and then the one that, we have a guy that's part-time that can do a multitude of things that we kind of use in that third position.
Okay. And what's the percentage of your increase for them? What's the percentage of increase for those salaries?
3%.
The painters, they have their own union, so.
Oh, it's not
We didn't approve their contract.
Excuse me?
Did we not approve their contract?
Yes.
So this will be contractual increase.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so
Yeah. Yeah.
yes.
All right.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move to page,
Let's forget, no, go. Thought you were done. I wanted to mention capital, but.
yeah, I'm gonna, page 39.
Those are just the
Oh,
straight light.
yeah, oh boy.
Low power gas.
Light power gas and it's the Smart City National Grid payment there. 402, Bawang will be able to touch on more, I believe that's more to do with software. And then repairs kind of speaks for itself, streetlight parts, what we may need.
So we'll hear about that on Friday.
402 we'll be able to expand on more.
Bound will be able to expand
Correct.
Friday,
Okay,
okay.
yes.
Okay. Am I missing any other department for you?
I got it.
Just vehicle for.
No, capital.
Okay.
Can I just ask real quick?
Go ahead, please.
In this, I know that Juan's gonna expand, administrative expense, so we have no numbers in here, it's just,
One's gonna be
One is,
Friday.
It has to do with smart city expenses.
So,
Software and stuff.
Mr. Ferrari, can we have a breakdown? Because the software and it's smart city and what,
Juan's gonna give it to you Friday.
a breakdown?
Yeah, he has it all.
so I just said, it's administrative, so isn't that individuals as opposed to you? Because we're talking about parts and things like that, but this is administrative, so are these people that we're talking about?
This is where we've been spending that, what's that called, internet money. We've been spending to that as an administrative expense for
It's software.
software, things, in relation to the smart city stuff.
So, I'm just gonna ask back the same question. Can you have email that to us prior to Friday, so we have an idea of the breakdown?
Can we write that down?
So that we don't come here and we just have a ton of questions for.
Yeah. I know he has it, because.
Yeah, you should have a breakdown because 7:10, you have to arrive at numbers. Yes, go ahead, please. Any other questions? If not, we'll go into capital. Capital under Brian.
Capital's got one utility truck and a traffic signal replacement, 250,000. IT servers, that's for Vermont also.
So the utility truck one and the traffic signal replacement. Those are the only two items for Brian?
For Brian.
Any questions? Just want to give us an overview, like what's happening, what's new in the
Yes.
department, things that we need to know,
Absolutely.
not know.
I'll allude to the first thing, actually, the first change I made in the city at Wendell, Union, and Rugby. Did a change, most of you probably are aware, did a change where we moved some signage over. It's gonna be striped here shortly. Had some feedback from the residents to improve sight distance as well, so just making sure that drivers coming from the Knox Street side of Wendell, you have enough time to see someone speeding by, which we're trying to mitigate, but it does happen. So we're working with that corridor there. The Smart City Initiative is another that's just ongoing. We actually are installing a MyoVision system tomorrow morning, over at Erie, Union, and Erie and Liberty. That will be the expanse of our MyoVision system is going to be added a couple more there, and then this will give me that much more data to then either whether I'm doing traffic calming or trying to provide data to the council to get back, or I want to work with the mayor on something, an initiative. That in tandem with where I got my speed data, which is Ubiquia. I'm sure anyone knows kind of that company, in charge of the smart nodes throughout the city. So with MyoVision and Ubiquia working together and me identifying where I need to kind of focus and spend my time and correlate data that would be beneficial for the path forward, whatever case we seem to tackle, we are expanding our equipment to the point where that task is not going to be difficult at all. So it's exciting to me to be able to have enough under my belt to be able to run with that and take it forward.
Go ahead, please.
That includes the left turn signal onto Erie.
I forgot, excuse me.
Come on, that should be the
Signal
top
as well.
priority,
I
there
was
we go.
focused on the MyoVision, but yes, we're getting a left turn signal as well onto Union
From Erie?
from here.
All right.
And I'm under the understanding that it'll be, as far as pedestrians, that everyone will have a walk or no walk, so there won't be any, so people will be able to cross appropriately, correct?
So MyoVision is more so with
Left-hand signal, nobody can walk.
MyoVision is more for drivers, and it kind of it'll sense when a driver is queued up,
Right.
and then that will allow, it can incorporate with the pedestrian signal, yes. But
Thank you.
that was not in the works, so I can work on it.
Don't be missing out anything, and you need to hear everything, all the good things.
I'm working with the Sun in the different neighborhoods there to improve pedestrian safety. I already started on Upper Union Street, moving on to Banna and Goose Hill. So just really trying to hear as many people as I can out without, getting lost in the noise. So, it's easy on C-Click Fix with a lot of the different voices you hear there, but I'm just trying to make sure that I don't bury the lead, so to speak, with making a change.
Thank Thank you.
So I just would like to add one thing about it, if we're talking about pedestrian safety, and I asked for this several years ago when they actually built the new library, well, it's no longer new, but the Bourne Branch Library on State Street, where they also built a Family Dollar. The crosswalks are quite a ways away, and I see people on a regular basis crossing, like they just go across the street and then go straight back. And I know that we have crosswalks in other places in the city where it's a pedestrian crosswalk and people have to stop, et cetera. So I recommend and I would certainly advocate for that because there's a lot of elderly people there. There's a lot of pedestrian traffic in that neighborhood and people are crossing with their children. So it was, so if we're talking about pedestrian safety,
And Hawk.
Is
that Hawk Street, Marion?
Hawk.
Yes.
CBTA are also revamping, going down State Street, the traffic signals and pedestrian signals, allowing for better bus travel. And we're going to have, in addition to our signals, so revamping all around.
We just had a meeting today, and Brian's, like I said, introduced him to CDTA and contacts there.
That's great.
The State Street is CDTA's #1 travel corridor. It is their #1 line, which is called the Red Line. And the CDTA is working with the city. We had an all-department meeting. We had police, fire, OGS, everyone today with the CDTA. And the CDTA is looking at the entire corridor. So they're gonna be making some signal improvements that Brian just mentioned. And then almost all the signalized intersections are gonna be doing ramps and crosswalks. So what we will do is make sure that the ramps and crosswalks that you were talking about in that area, try to get folded in to their project, because their project's being paid with federal aid money through a separate fund. The city doesn't have to, so it's a really boom to the city. And Brian, you wanna say what they're upgrading their signals to the program?
What's that?
They're upgrading all their main signals to this program, correct?
Yep.
So we're gonna be able to get information and data that we don't have, and it's gonna be paid for by the transit authority. But yeah, I know we had spoke about that, so we will put it on the list because they're doing more than even we thought they were doing.
Okay.
Because I thought they were only focused on signalized intersections, but they're actually looking at almost all of the intersections as it goes up the corridor.
That's great. All right, thank you.
Any other question? Again, we're not missing anything. Those are all good things that are happening.
That's everything, I believe.
Thank you so much. Thank you for all you're doing. Good work.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. We will go into codes. Are you ready? You want to give your time up to someone else? Brian will let you take the other Brian.
I was gonna say, I think next should be the next Brian.
No, go. Other go.
Am I ready?
Yes.
All right, so the codes department, A8664, total code enforcement decreased by 3.0%.
Thank you.
This is
You knew I was
mostly
gonna
due
ask.
to the zoning officer going back to the development department.
So Brian, just walk us through anything that we on this, the admin. Well, changes, anything you need to address with us, and then we'll go ask you to question, and then we'll ask you to go into, tell us what's happening in your department.
Staffing, we have 3 vacant positions for code enforcement officers that we are looking to fill. We want to be fully staffed so we can accomplish our goals there and be thorough in our department. We also have, we're proposing to eliminate the clerical aid position, which is the most entry level of administrative staff, and picking up 1 IPS 3 position. So, other than that, we're fully staffed. Those 4 positions are the only changes that are going on. Staffing, that's where we're at.
Go ahead, please, sorry.
So the position that these are both filled positions at this point in time?
I'm sorry.
These positions are currently both filled?
The aid position is filled. We're gonna eliminate that position, and we're proposing to pick up an IPS 3 position in place of that.
Which gives you 2 IPS 3. Is there currently 1 IPS 3?
There is,
Yeah.
yes.
So, what, is this like a tested position, and how does that impact the employee in the position?
It's competitive. I'm gonna recommend that we, put our clerical aide into that IPS 3 we're gonna appoint her to that until, the test comes up. That's where I'm leaning right now. So,
There's no current list then right now?
excuse me,
There is no current list?
I expect that list to be depleted by the time it comes around by the time, it comes around to appoint to that position. I don't think there'll be a list from what I see.
There's currently an IPS 4, a little correction on that. Yeah, Roberta is still with the city, IPS 4. We put in an IPS 3 to better retain administrative staff. It seemed like when we were at the lower clerical positions, we're having a higher turnover in code enforcement. So to retain better admin staff instead of retraining new staff, that's the reason we're putting an IPS 3 in. If the list is out now.
Well, we do, and not a huge correction on the correction. We do have an IPS 3 filled as we speak right now. So she's out on maternity leave, but she will be back next week. So that's Christine. Yeah, so, but.
There is a current list. There is a current IPS 3.
There's a current
Just
list.
came out about 3 weeks ago.
And,
they're being released to the departments now, top 3 at a time, I believe, and we're currently going through
a couple of those people on that list are currently employed with the city. So,
if there's a list, there is a list, we're clear about that. And the individual that we're talking about, that's clerical aide, is not on that list. So that person could conceivably, someone else could conceivably say, I want this job, and then that person is then out of the job. Am I correct in that?
yes, you're correct. Yeah, you're correct, but these changes, so I'm new here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but these changes are gonna happen in 2025, correct?
Yes.
As long as you accept it and we move forward with them. So, from what I understand, there's a few IPS 3 positions being filled throughout the city.
There is.
And, so.
Hopefully.
Yeah, so, I think I'm pretty confident that there won't be a list anymore. It'll be depleted.
If there is a list, we have to follow service law, civil service
That's
law.
essentially my question.
Understood. Yeah, understood.
I think the point he's making is we do have somebody in the clerical aide position who is a very good staff, that if she fits the bill when it comes around,
And
and
if
there's an opportunity to fill that position, he'd like to put her in that position.
Absolutely. So, of course, I understand that we need to hire off the list.
Yes.
If there is, of course. So, let me rephrase. So, if there is a list at the time, when it comes time to fill that position, of course, I'll hire off the list. And yes, it will.
That means this person would then, a current city employee would then not be a city employee anymore, because you would have to, they'd have to be let go, because you've gotten rid of their position and
Yes.
they're not on the list. Okay, I just wanted to be clear, that's a clear possibility.
Understood.
I don't think that we would put anybody in the position of potentially losing their job if there was a list. We wouldn't hire that person and transfer them to that
He just
position.
told me there was a list, so it.
No, there is a list. That's correct. Right.
But most of the jobs will be taken.
I think his point was that we have a really great admin in the staff. He's putting his hopes out there to have that person in that position if it is available, following civil service law.
Right. And if it's not available, then.
If it's not available, it's
then
not available. Obviously,
Yeah,
we
if
have
you'd like
to
me to
do that.
elaborate on the current list, I could.
The other option they can have is come back to council, make that job into
Make an amendment.
clerical aide again.
That's right.
Just want to be clear that that's a possibility.
Understood. I've understood that possibility all along, and I support what we're proposing here.
Because sometimes we make those changes, if not necessarily to our advantage. So tell me the difference of the duties between the clerical aide and IPS 3, why you feel it's necessary to to move that person to that position.
Yeah, so we've had some discussions about this, and I might lean on Chris a little bit, but just the entry level duties of the clerical aid position. I don't believe they fit our department. We need some more skilled duties out of that position. Answering the phones is just not cutting it, and it's not much beyond answering the phones for that clerical aid position. So we want somebody that can have a little more,
IPS 3 description.
yeah, the job description is more
The duties that you're looking for.
It does, thank you. Thanks for your help there.
Yep, so with the municity and software systems, that a lot of the data entry is electronic, so entry to those systems, and the qualification of a person would be at that IPS level, could be at an IPS 2, but I feel that the IPS 3 is a better fit for the city.
I agree.
So, but you still say that if there's an opening, you would appoint that person until they provisionally, is that what you're saying? If there's an opening and the list is already depleted, et cetera?
Correct, yeah, and I think it totally makes sense, the way, being aware of what the list looks like. I think my explanation of that fits perfectly. And knowing what's going on in the city, and how many IPS 3 positions are needing to be filled. I think it's pretty accurate.
It's always good to have in the city, somewhere for somebody to move up and achieve, an IPS 3, they started as clerical aid, they feel a good fit, they've been here quite a while. The IPS 3, is a more of a promotional fit for a person. You do have an IPS 4 in your department, and that could grow in the future too.
Yeah.
Any other questions on this? All right, so just kind of walk us through what's happening in your department since you took over, what's new? What's, what we need to hear, what tell us.
So things are going good in the department. We are we're working on developing our structure, our leadership structure. So our management level, and we recently filled the supervisor position. And so we're developing that hierarchy or that leadership roles, and we're defining our positions. And so that's work in progress, and it's going well. We're gelling well as a team. Things are going good. We were short-staffed on a scary level, being new and seeing that. It was a little scary for me, but we've come back up a little bit. Some ebbs and flows we're going through, and things are going well there. Staffing is better. I still want to fill the vacant positions, and it's a priority for me, so we can be more thorough in our inspections, our follow-ups. We're not rushing through things. We are, capturing the revenue, following up properly, violations, and seeing things through properly. So, being well-staffed all supports my goals there. So, that being said, developing our structure and developing consistency in the department. Constant work in staff meetings to reiterate, policies and procedures, and so working on that consistency. So, being brand new in this position, it's development and learning internally for myself and my team, and there's been a level of acceptance that I've seen recently that is beautiful. I think everything's natural that I've experienced so far here. At first I felt some resistance. Our department's very dynamic, so all the stuff I'm speaking of, it is fitting. So, when I say it's dynamic in what we do, and it's dynamic with personalities. you know, some of the things that I've experienced are wonderful, and, you know, some resistance early on, but it's developed into acceptance, and some really good, you know, working together as a team, and it's developing well. And, you know, that's what's going on in the department. I have goals and visions that are just very preliminary and, you know, in the infancy stage, but being worked out and being thought about, and, you know, so I look forward to growing with the department and growing in this position. And I'm happy in the position, and I feel I'm doing a decent job. There's a lot to learn. Deputy Commissioner told me it was going to be 2 years before I knew this position very well. And I said, I don't think so. I think I'm going to shorten that. But, you know, I think you might have been spot on. It might be 2 years, but I'm still looking to know this position inside and out quicker than that. But, you know, that's what's going on in the department. It's exciting, it's dynamic, there's a lot going on. You know, we heard Alexandria talk about the dynamics of her department and the big umbrella that it's under, and it's very similar to code enforcement. Yeah, code enforcement envelopes a number of departments, and you know, there's a lot to handle there. And I look forward to you know, tackling it and handling it well.
Yeah, Brian, you know, I'm gonna ask you this question because I asked Ms. Carver. When you took over, you made several changes in terms of the policy that was not in compliance, and you had to undo them because there were so much concerns. Can you address those? Where are we today in terms of what happened several months ago in terms of the problem that we were having? When there were several meetings with the mayor in terms of addressing this, you had to walk back some of them. Where are we today with that?
So let's be clear. I put one policy in place that wasn't there before me. It's still in place, and it's going to remain in place. It's a great policy. It did break. It did break. I broke something. Sometimes you gotta break something to fix it. It was broken accidentally, it was something I was unaware of. So my policy I put into place, which was a pre-approval process. So a pre-approval process, a formal policy that I put in place, the only one, I'd like to be clear on that. And this is where the officers do their review, and they do their work on an application before it turns into a permit. And then they bring it to me, and we go over it one-on-one, and before it gets moved along to the permitting process. So before a formal approval goes into place and a permit is issued, we have a one-on-one, and about, you know, and the projects are, they vary greatly. You know, we could have windows and doors, we could have a major addition going on in the house, so, and everything in between. So, you know, these conversations can be a 2-minute productive conversation about a job, and they could be more of an in-depth 10-minute meeting. And it's just developing consistency, making sure their job is done thoroughly, making sure their review process is done thoroughly, making sure plans, that being plans that are needed internally, plot plans, and you know, that go to other departments, or whether they be blueprints that relate directly to the project, making sure that is, there's the necessary level is coming in. So, for instance, if they're hand-drawn plans, or if stamp plans are required, you know, because to be quite honest with you, there was a level of incompetency. There's still a level of incompetency, and maybe it's a poor choice of words, but there's some training that needed to be done. And you know, this was a training tool. It's out of my hands. It's in my supervisor's hands. This pre-approval process that is spelled out. It's a wonderful process. It is developing consistency, and that's the only process. That's the only official policy that doesn't have to do with attendance or anything like that. Anything that has to do with the building department's the only policy that I put into place. And I haven't walked it back. I won't walk it back until, when I do walk it back, it'll be only because we have a great level of consistency among our officers, and it will still be in place for any new hires that we have until they're up to speed. So that's.
Okay, good. Can you address the terms of the stamp drawing in terms of what's in our code versus what you were asking for when you took over?
Okay.
And I think Chris can help you with this too, because he's.
Okay, I don't need any help, well, maybe I do, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
you do.
I think I got it.
Don't be saying that.
Yeah,
I would just say that,
In the budget, is it
Yeah,
here,
can we should move on?
discussion?
Yeah,
Numbers.
a lot of it.
Yeah, numbers.
Yeah, it does.
as just a summary, I would just say that any policies or procedures that was put into place was put in for the protection of the city, city departments, and you know, with development, engineering, and code enforcement, with the lack of experience that our code enforcement department has. We don't want to have any errors, so I think having oversight at a higher level was needed to protect the city.
And the officers, for that matter, they carry a high level of liability, and, you know.
So I just want to get into that, right? So what are we doing currently in terms of the stamp drawing? Are we require stamp drawing for a minor repair on a front porch, back porch? Or are we going to the city code where it says require stamp drawing for $20,000 plus?
So we follow the state regulations and the rules that are applied there. So any project that is over, is it $25,000?
It's $20,000, so $20,000 or.
Is state mandated?
Yeah, it is state mandated. And,
You know, that's nothing that we put in place currently for the city. It's just following the rules that are applied to us. So we do require that, and that's just to satisfy the needs of the state.
So let me recap, so any work that's cost of work over $25,000. 20,000 requires stamp drawing. Anything below that does not require a stamp drawing.
well, if it involves structural integrity,
Okay.
that is at the judgment of the authority. So, and I, with the level of experience that I bring, I feel I have a perfect.
The point I'm trying to get at is do we need to revise the city charter to put that in? Because it doesn't spell out, it says anything over $20,000. Should we revisit that and kind of address it and broaden the scope in terms of if it's structural, yes, you require?
So what the code allows us to do is anything more stringent than what the state requires, but anything less stringent would not be accepted.
Okay. Let me just go for that, come back, go, please.
So I'd like to suggest this, because it sounds like this really needs to be more in-depth conversation, so could we, like, at least Mr. Moonbear and I could bring them in at a committee meeting and really go over all of this stuff, because it sounds like a lot. And, because I have some questions about the one-on-one, but I'm not gonna delve into that, because it sounds to me in-service training would be the route, but that's a different day for a different conversation. But I do wanna ask about, you said that you have 3 code enforcement officers vacancies, and I see them on here under the ARPA line.
Yes, there's 12 and you have 9, you have 12 for 2025 and you have 9 currently working, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
So these proposed fields for 2025 are out of ARPA funds?
Not all 12, only 2 out of.
Out of two of them, so once the ARPA money goes away, what happens to those positions? And then also the same question for the code enforcement supervisor.
I
figure it out.
Yeah, no, I need some help on that topic.
Yeah, so
Very,
It's a budgetary thing.
ARPA funds, need some
yeah,
experience.
historically, prior to having ARPA funds, the supervisor was in there. I think we've worked very hard to get the positions that code enforcement needs in there. They're currently funded through ARPA. I would hate to see us go backwards on losing code enforcement positions after all the work that, and I appreciate all the hard work of the council to give us those positions. So I believe they're funded for that, but in the future, we're gonna have to find a way to either fund that or lose those positions.
I just want to be clear that it is in there for ARPA, and ARPA's gonna go away, and so what are we gonna do then? And that's not a conversation for me that ends, that starts when it goes away, it's a conversation that starts now.
And I think
Not
this
now,
is a
now.
conversation we had with Mr. Moveraren, with raising the fees and meeting with the council on looking at the building department fees and how to be sustainable at the level that we're currently staffed. Go ahead, please.
Sorry, I keep looking at my question. I think this is a larger discussion anyway, because anything that's blue lined, my understanding is that anything that's blue lined in this budget is ARPA funded.
Exactly.
Right, so it's not just these guys in this department, but a larger discussion.
In terms of like, I want to know in their department what they're gonna do.
Yeah, we're gonna beg.
And he always got his way.
It sounds like
No,
you're
it's good.
addressing the
Yeah.
revenue plan.
No, and I think that's the reason why we started last year budget into this year to kind of look at the fees, and we are at that point looking
That's
at
great.
fees. I'm sorry I missed it, I had some personal thing I had to sit here. But I'm gonna follow, make sure that we move forward with that and get a public hearing and address it. And if there's any tweak that we need to do, we'll tweak and move forward. It's a
Yep.
step in the right direction to bring in some additional revenue, and we'll address these positions as we go forward in the budget. Any other questions? I have one more. Since you're talking about permit, can you just elaborate, and I know Chris and I work on this in terms, and the council is very supportive of this, the permit fee waiver period. I know you're not a big fan of it, but something that the council wanted, the mayor wanted many, many years ago. And the reason why we did it is because we were going out in the community, the neighborhood association, they wanted us, what are we giving back to the community? We want to revitalize our neighborhood, our property. What is the city giving back? So we came up with this idea many, many years ago. And we said, okay, let's give back something. So we waived the permit fee for like 3 months. And we had some good work with Chris and his team back in time, and we achieved $27,000 to $30,000 within that given period. And yes, it's a loss to the city in terms of revenue, but it's a gain to our neighborhood.
Yeah.
So this year, I am kind of disappointed that we only did $13,000 because of permit was taking 6 weeks and 4 weeks to get out, and people were so frustrated. I know we had a conversation with me, and I went back and forth. Going forward, because we intend to keep this program, I would like to see that you kind of put something in place next year to kind of like work with the council, work with our neighborhood to kind of like deliver this program to help revitalize and increase property value. That was our main goal this year. But to see that it was not implemented properly this year, me personally, I'm disappointed because that's something that we worked on many years.
Yeah, well, I help you understand how new I was, and, there's stuff coming at me through a fire hose, and, so that, I think when we first met and discussed that, it was maybe June 6th, and I was unaware that it was even going on. It came quick, as a lot has since I've been new in this position. I'll be ready for it next year. Every step of the way is a learning process for me, and I'm taking it all in. I think I'm fitting the role nicely, and I'm on board. I didn't point that one bit. I expressed my views early on, and not everything's gonna make sense when I'm brand new, and so I'm on board. I'm on board with that process, and I know you talked about the permits, anything that was submitted in that time period, we were still honoring after. So I don't know if the report reflected all of that, but it possibly was a little higher than what we provided to you in the report.
I would have to look at the report with you back and see here if any shortfalls, and we'll have to address it.
Sure, yeah.
Because we talked about in the previous year when there were some missteps that we had to issue refunds. Because if we're given waiver period and if we didn't apply the waiver, then we will have to, the right thing to do is to refund the person who pulled the permit. So we'll work down the road on that and address those concerns, and I will bring it to council
Yeah,
as we move forward. Any other question? Is there anything else that you need to address?
No, I just say on that point, one thing I've noticed is just an invite is needed from the council to the department head when these things are happening, just to get him, I think Brian's really new here. Not an excuse for making mistakes, but at the end it was made, but having him involved and giving the feedback, for things that I saw in my time as building inspector that such as roofing permits are usually, contractors are out there 6, 8, a year, they're booking them in advance, they're charging the people for the fees. So they're not, the people we want to have the deduction are not really receiving it, it's the people that are doing the work anyways. So roofers are out there, that's their time of year. So I think there's just some things to think about, the way we go about issuing those waivers. I think there's some great things. I've seen, the fences and the exterior improvements, the porches. It's great work out there.
It is, and we did talk about that, making sure that the homeowner is pulling the permit rather than the contractor. So we're gonna address that as we go next year. And I'm glad you brought it up in the last several weeks that we've met there. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Appreciate it, thank you all,
Thank you.
appreciate everyone.
Yes,
Thanks,
we will go into golf. Our golf, do you wanna wait? We'll take Brian.
Yeah, perfect.
That's good. You're not doing this to me.
I'll be real quick.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
Welcome to see you.
We're gonna play through. Not to play, this guy's serious.
See, now I know what that means.
Yeah, see? All right, so,
All right, so just a brief
brief
overview.
You want just one minute?
Very quick, golf, CR 7180, CR 7185, special recreation facility increased by 17.19%, and there's no increase in the total golf pro expenses.
That's it?
I think Commissioner Ferrari also stated that in the summary that golf fund budget only increased by 2.29% from the adopted 24 to the proposed 2025 budget. Only $35,665 increase.
That's it? Okay, Matt, it's all yours. You're gonna walk us through anything that we need to know and then give us, what's happening at the golf course.
Yeah, definitely the best year we've ever enjoyed there this year, but the weather's been incredible as compared to last year. I mean, last year was a completely different story. We were talking about rain. I think all said and done, we had about 45 rainouts in some capacity, and this year I think we've had about 3. So we're miles ahead of any year that we've ever had up there. The new irrigation system has been installed. Some other things that need to be completed, but the bare bones of it all has been installed, and the course is definitely reaping the benefits of it. It's the best. I've been playing golf up there a long time. I've never seen the course in the condition that it's in right now. It's just amazing, and the feedback that we're getting from players is as such. Doreen, I mean, you played plenty there a few times. I mean, you've seen it.
I just came from Fairway Meadows.
Yeah.
I'm just looking south.
So, yeah, they have to answer any questions that you may have.
So you talked about the golf course, the maintenance and the work that we did through ARPA, and all that is completed. What about the golf cart? We could purchase some new golf carts. Do you want to talk about
Yeah, this is the second year of these. Yeah. Yeah.
How is that going?
Great, yeah. They're lithium battery carts. They're better. no question, they're quieter, lighter. You can operate one golf cart, I believe, on a 54-hole charge. You can go 3 rounds on one charge with a lithium battery. But they're faster, they're smoother, safer. Yeah, I mean, everything about them is better. And the feedback we get on those has been very positive.
Go ahead, please.
In terms of the irrigation system, it looks like we just haven't outlaid all of that money yet. Is it just that there's bills still pending in terms of the ARPA funding, but we will be using that funding,
We've
right?
spent all of it.
Okay, thank
We've
you.
spent that plus some, yes.
Okay,
So, our money is gone.
okay, just wanted to clarify that.
So just to let you know, so what we've been doing is, I really think that, you know, it has cost some money, and thank you for the ARPA funding, which was key to everything. We are really working on hardening the golf course and making it just really a top facility, both, not only physically, but financially and structurally. So now that we have the new irrigation system, we are, you know, cutting edge, we have the system that we need. We put in the new water line, that was part of the ARPA project as well. The new water line now is providing water to our maintenance facility. Just to, you know, go on the record, our previous superintendent, Mike Sesney, was an angel. He was a terrific person, and he put up with a lot. He put up with porta potties, insufficient facilities, and the manual irrigation system, and I will never speak poorly of Mike. The new group that we have is extremely professional. We're paying for that professionalism, but they are a next level type of maintenance company. And because of that, we are trying to raise all of our facilities, our infrastructure, and our game to match. You know, Matt was the first step when we really wanted to change from a new era, and having Matt there really changed the face of the golf course, because Matt is the face of the golf course. But this is really changing, and we're really working on changing the bones of the golf course. The water line, we have 3-phase power now to our maintenance facility. We have relocated our pump station from behind the home on Console Road to the maintenance facility. We've eliminated a garage that was about to fall down. We're hardening our new garage with offices, break room. We actually have a bathroom now with water. We are no longer reliant on a porta-john. We have a heated space. I mean, we have really made strides to make the course just a more professional environment. It is really, I mean, Matt, what were they calling Muni now? I mean,
Muni, Schenectady National.
Excellent.
We really have changed the perception there, and it's taken a long time, but it is coming around. You know, we can get into the capital part of it, but we have other things that we'd like to do with it, like, you know, talking about around the clubhouse with regards to the patio. We don't have any outdoor seating. We see that as a big hindrance to really turning the page, because you just can't sit out there and view the golf course as it is. You know, we, as part of the irrigation system, we added some extra heads in an area. We have a sod farm started. We didn't have a sod farm before, so that we can now have native grasses. If we need to do any kind of repairs on the greens, we are gonna be having to use our own sod now.
Yeah, so we had 3 practice putting greens at the facility, and we eliminated one of them because we didn't need 3. So we just took the smaller one. It was located right next to the first tee, and they've just taken that sod and transported it to an area closer to the maintenance facility, like Chris said.
Nice.
So that sod farm will be used there, and there is an irrigation line there to help keep it treated, and it's just going to be better for them. Definitely something every course should have that. We never did before, so that's definitely another positive for sure. And it was absolutely no cost to do that. It was just labor that we're already paying for as it is.
And we will be bringing, in addition to the 3-phase power, which all we're waiting on is an inspection, so we'll be very close to turning that on in the next coming days. We're putting Spectrum cable to the clubhouse, because the new irrigation system will be connected to the cloud. It'll be able to be used on a phone device, so that we can do that. But we really, because of its location, we really want to have it hardwired, not any kind of a mobile device. So we're working with Spectrum on that.
Something pretty cool too that you guys will like. one of the features of the new irrigation system. It has lightning detection built into it. Each head basically has a computer chip embedded into it. And so it can detect lightning and within a 5-mile radius. So what they did is they put these posts with big giant horns all around the golf course in the furthest point. So anything within that radius, it'll detect it, shoot an alarm off and alert golfers, which makes it easier for us because it's very hard to determine whether storms are gonna hit or not. And sometimes you don't know until they're right on top of you, until it's too late. So this will be good. It'll warn the golfers, lightning's in the area, you might wanna come in, wait till it safely passes and then we'll send them out, but it's pretty neat to have that. I don't know of any golf course around that does.
So the other thing I would draw your attention to, just because it's unique, I guess, is gonna be, what we're talking about here, Matt, you could talk about it. The last line, advertising, golf course advertising. So, we have, other than raising rates, which we may propose as the improvements come, we usually come and raise rates $1 here or there, but we do that before the season, and we try to continually make sure that we're competitive. We don't propose that until we see what our competitors are doing for the coming year, because we like to be, competitive, but we don't not ever want to be top. We are a unique course, we understand that. But you want to talk about who we've signed up for our advertising, the goal with that?
Yes, it's one company, the name of the business is called Obviad, and so basically what they do is they do all the work for you. They'll go out and get the advertising for you. We can sell advertising on the GPS screens for all the tee boxes and just various areas that we're looking to get that. And they'll go out and they will actually do all the legwork for us, which is pretty nice because it's not an easy thing to run the golf course and try to find advertising at the same time. So it would be nice to have that. And I don't even think their cost was very high.
No, it's a percentage of what it is. We get to dictate how many ads. If you've ever been to Muni, you've looked at our scorecard. One of the things that I made sure is, and this is not a knock on other courses, but certain courses have scorecards that look very similar to the diner menu. They're very
Too busy.
Yeah, it's very many ads, and that is fine, and I will never begrudge someone for making revenue, but we have a very nice card. We view ourselves with 2 prime sponsors on that card. But, one of the things that we have been, and the mayor's asked us to do, but it's just such a challenge, is the majority of courses that run GPS, the GPS usually should operate at a net zero. That GPS should be used to advertise. Every hole can be geo-fenced so that when you come to a green, when you come to a location, it tells you what you should be doing. And Matt and I do not have the background or the time to actually procure, what could be anywhere from, you hope minimum 18, 1 per hole, but really you're hoping for 36. You're hoping for a tee box in the green, tee box in the green, and that screen turns over. And that's what we're really hoping that they would get involved in, is helping us market that and bring some revenue. So we put a modest amount here, but we're really looking at, what we can do when this company comes in, because it is one of the only areas left that we have to try to increase revenue.
Nice.
Go ahead, please. I know the police department was successful in partnering with their CEO program and having their local school car designed by a high school student, which I thought was an amazing component. Any thought in partnering with some of our local universities to have either a capstone class where they can kind of partner and provide some of that marketing assistance where it buys in that whole we are Schenectady mentality? Just a thought.
I wasn't being opposed to that, but get a little more educated on it, for sure.
Again, great course, many improvements over the years. I just golfed somewhere and I don't remember, they were electric carts and they were advertising every time you pulled up to somewhere. Didn't bother me at all, just, get out and hit the ball. But as far as in those horns, in years past, I'm out wherever and one of the attendants is driving in a cart, calling everybody in.
Yeah.
So when you can't get in, I asked about this before, you thought maybe our carpenters could do it. I think it's very important for safety reasons to have a couple sheds.
To bring back the shelters?
Shelters.
We used to have shelters and we had to take them down. You think bring them back?
I mean, I think it's extremely, we had a huge
In the far
storm.
reaches of the course, might
Yeah,
not be a bad idea to have something like that, just because Dorothy said sometimes you can't get in.
There were a couple
That would be a place for them to
stuck
stay.
out there a few weeks ago. Matt had to go out and get them and bring them in. And it was extremely dangerous as we're.
The design of the shelter would be imperative. It would really, we would really have to focus on how to make a covered area that is also very transparent and visible. Because the old shelters were more like a shed. They could be hangouts. I mean, the golf course as it is, can already be, seen that.
Oh.
You have Northeast Parent and Child nearby. But that's not the outreaches of the course. I know where you're thinking. We can look into it. You are right. It is an amenity that it has on several courses and we do not have them anymore. I remember them when they were there. I can tell you right where they were. But yeah, that just go right to.
Especially when you're walking, you hear that 5 mile thing coming up, you're looking where to go.
Mm-hmm.
When you're
Okay.
hopping a ride with somebody on a cart, and they don't have room for your clubs and your push cart.
And if you notice, I wish I had the picture on me, but our carpenter, it was Steve, built a beautiful new staircase on hole, was it 11? 12. And beautiful.
So the lookout.
Yes.
The lookout, it's a beautiful staircase.
Chris, what you know about
It's kind of a blind area.
capital
so you
stuff
want to
you
make
wanna
sure
do for
the
capital project?
in front of them to hit into.
Yeah.
So,
And it was in need of repair, so they replaced it, put a new one up.
all right, so the capital,
Before you go, Chris, you mentioned a potential rate increase. Did you account for that on the CR 2025J?
or is that what, our revenues are based off of no increase because you have not approved any increase. So this is based off of if we go into next year
As it.
as it is.
So
What do you,
the adopted 2024 revenue was 550,000.
Yep.
This year you are proposed 600,000.
Right.
So there's a 50,000 increase there.
Yeah,
Yeah, and as you see in 2023, we actually almost hit 600,000. And this year, we're going to probably hit, I don't know, we're gonna be well over 600.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, if we're talking revenue lines right now, and Matt, what's your projection? We were talking about it. I mean, be a little conservative, but it's a big number this year.
yeah, I mean, we're gonna be over 1.6 million,
Okay. And revenue?
In fees?
yeah, revenue.
Oh, overall.
Overall.
Sorry.
Overall.
Yeah, not on that line.
No,
Oh,
it's
okay,
just,
okay.
Weather determines how good it is.
right, we had a great year.
Can't say that.
Doing well.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say for sure next summer's gonna be like this one, obviously, I mean, I would have to think it's not.
Well,
We've gotta
won't
get
it help
some
with
dates.
PATS? You won't have to cancel, right, if there's PATS?
And, I also just wanna,
Yeah,
we,
Talk about that capital projects.
we'll have that.
I see it right here.
So, capital projects, I don't know what you're looking at, I'll tell you what, let's kind of see what you're looking at, just put it on my head. Capital's in golf.
Second page,
So, page 2 with the capital projects.
I'm sorry. It's back here.
he has it, you got it right there.
So I just wanna make sure that our match. So right now, what we're looking at is a spreader, it's a very simple,
Just hear that.
piece of machinery that attaches to the back, we use it for fertilizer spreading. We're looking at a core sweeper. A core sweeper is kind of exactly what it sounds like. If you've ever been on the golf course after we aerated, there are these little cores called them plugs. This machine is a specialized machine that picks them up. A chemical mixer, which is almost like a giant thing that you see in high school chemistry class, just so that we can mix some of our fertilizers together. A greens mower. The greens mower, actually, I got a quote on it. I was thinking of a fairway mower, so I will be adjusting that cost in the budget. A greens mower is $50,000.
Oh, that's
The
good.
fairway mower
That's good.
is $150,000. The clubhouse patio, that is, I have a rendering, I did not bring it, but we are looking at doing a simple paver patio outside and doing some carport to try to make an outdoor space. And then a greens roller, we bought a greens roller 8 years ago. A greens roller really adds to the, quality of the greens.
Yeah.
And then we're looking to buy our first lithium ion utility cart. So we've had good luck with our lithium ion carts. I was on the course for an event and they have the utility cart that they do the trash and something to pick up with. It's gas, it idles, you hear it, everybody can hear it. So we thought that maybe moving to, we were trying to go electric with all of our equipment. So moving to this cart, giving it a try, it'll be quiet and silent as it runs around while people are playing golf. I think it'll be a nice asset. So the new total, just so you're aware, with all the costs updated, is $297,500.
Anthony, 297, Ethan?
500,
297, 500.
Okay, thanks.
So, and that is paid for out of reserves. That is not a bonded item, so, yeah, you'll see time to time if I need equipment, because usually the golf course pays for it out of reserves, I'll come and ask the council permission to add a piece of equipment, but this is our ask for the year, so.
Go ahead, please.
So if we do put in a patio, would the fee for I saw the $5,000 something in there for the clubhouse, would that go up or would it be
So
adjusted or?
So we're on the same page with this. So this year is the last year of the current tenant's agreement. So what I asked to do is, the reason that I have the renderings is I'm trying to put a little bit more meat on the bone for people to come and bid. Because if you look at the revenue line, one revenue, another revenue, I can't increase, but I would love to, is the concession.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, if you look at the budget, right, we're a $1.6 million operation, and the concession pays us $35,000 a year.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean, the concession is literally just there to serve people. It really does no direct financial impact. It is a complementary function of the golf course. We're not making money really off of that. But we are, because we wouldn't have leagues and tournaments that we want, but we have to complement. But I just feel like, so what I did is I met with Matt, we met with our architect, we had a nice rendering proposed that we could afford to do, and I put it in the RFP package to say that the city is looking to build this thing, because I think that's the first question that would come up with someone that would be reasonably looking at it, is that I'm on a golf course and you have no outdoor space. And I mean, that's what I will get. If you go to Orchard Creek, if you go to Eagle Crest, if you go to anywhere, outdoor space, Van Patten, huge outdoor space. And so we needed that. So that's why I did the rendering, put it in, and that's what we're hoping. And we're hoping, once again, is to answer your question, that's why we put it higher. We're hoping that somebody looks at it and says, okay, I can make some more money, maybe have some more people pay a little bit more.
Thank you.
I mean, I support that, because I think that there's just huge potential for, different kinds of events that many of us probably attend at other courses where there's a baby shower or a wedding shower or something like that. So I think the improvements to the patio in combination with, the RFP for the vendor is, hopefully going to generate more revenue.
Go ahead, please.
On golf league rounds, there was a high of 254 in 2022, then it really dipped, and now it's 230, and then 225. Can you explain that? Is that weather related?
Which one are you looking at?
On golf league rounds, CR 2025M.
Is it COVID?
Yeah, from 2023?
Yeah.
Yeah, so last year there were so many rain dates. So we had to credit back a lot of the leagues. So with this year being a much better year, we're not gonna have that issue next year. So we're gonna see a significant increase in that, but yeah, a lot of the leagues, I mean, I think, Tuesday night leagues specifically did not play for the entire month of July. They had, I think, 6 rain dates in total that they just couldn't play, whether the course was closed or unplayable. And that happened on multiple evenings, so we just got hit pretty hard in terms of that.
I just have one other question about the budget. In terms of you said the greens mower, Mr. Long, it's gonna be 50,000 as opposed to 150,000?
In my head, I had it as a fairway mower. A fairway mower is significantly larger and more expensive. And so when I got the quote, it was
So it's 50,000, that's.
Yes.
So we're taking 100,000 out of this.
Yeah, I stated the new amount.
Yeah, but it's like 35,000 more than it would be if it was just 100,000, then it would be 262,500, but you told us 297,500.
Maybe my math is wrong. 3,000, 45,000, I can add it up real quick.
It should be 262.
262, 500.
262,
Right.
You said 297.5.
262,500.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And I couldn't see what I crossed out.
All right, that was it. Thank you for me.
Any other questions? Anything else you need to know?
Great job.
If not, thank you so much. Thank you for all you're doing there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Go make some money for us.
I'll do my best.
Hold on just one second.
Yeah.
I'm just sorry, Anthony, I'm missing something.
Do you want to go back to the capital?
Yeah, my number is adding up, so that means there's something missing. 3,000. Oh, I'm sorry, did I not tell you, the core sweeper is not $15,000.
Oh, so that's
gotta be
The
more.
core sweeper is very expensive, I didn't realize that, I got to put the core sweeper, Vicon spreader 3,000, core sweeper 45,000.
There you go.
Chemical mixer 1,500, greens mower 50, clubhouse patio 150, greens roller 25, lithium cart 23,000.
Instead of 18. There you
Instead
go.
of
Oh,
18.
geez.
So it comes to 297.5.
So everything
I'm
else
sorry, can you
is
say
correct
that
except for the
again,
greens mower?
There was a bunch
There was a bunch of adjustments.
The core sweeper is 45,000, not 15.
3,000,
Right,
45,000,
The core sweeper is
1,500,
45,000, not
It's
15.
another 30,000 to it.
Yeah.
150, 25, and
The greens
23.
mower is 50.
297.5.
The lithium
cart is
ion cart is 23,000, not 18.
Okay, that accounts for the other 5,000. Okay,
So what I-
100%.
While I was doing the budget, I reached out to all of these vendors. You have to work through a wholesale vendor, and they got me the quotes back a couple weeks ago, but it was after I had submitted estimates. So now I submitted it to Anthony and Derek today, when I have everything as a package, so that number is,
The 297 is now correct.
297,500.
I'm sorry, I didn't think of mine yet. I have this sheet that I sent, but you don't have this sheet.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to, because the math wasn't mathing for me, so thank
The
you.
math was not math.
Any other questions from Matt or Chris? Thank you so much again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Do anybody want to take a minute break? 2-minute break?
No, I want to get it.
Absolutely.
I'm with you, just getting more water. Just getting more water. I ate my, I ate in front of everybody, sorry.
We gotta do awesome here.
Who's next? Hurry up.
Finally, somebody seen something. Did I say that? Yeah, just come on.
I don't know, I'm in charge. I got it. Oh my God.
Just But I don't know, he must have gotten permission to do it.
I'm still on the budget. I want to-
You're on.
Are you gonna help with
He's
this?
gonna have to look back to the back.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
You're all right.
all right, so we'll move into the fire department.
It's saying.
Mr. Lund, a very brief, couple sentences here. about the
Sam.
department.
Can you just give me the page number, please?
Oh, you're picking up Anthony's.
Page 27.
Thank you.
Oh, now you're picking up your work.
He wants to do an overview.
Just very quick.
Yeah, before you start, Chief, we'll hand it over to the director to do a brief overview, and then we'll hand it over to you, and you'll walk us through everything that we need to know within your department, and then we'll ask you to kind of highlight what is happening there new and what we need to know.
So in total, the fire department budget increased by 1.96%, very small amount. Just to note, the local 20 union has not been negotiated, CSEA has not been negotiated, so if they do become negotiated for 2025, the budgets will increase.
Okay, before I start, I'm just gonna tell you, it's been very stressful the last 3 hours. I have to listen to the development talk about putting fires out, codes talking about drinking from a fire hose, and then the golf course talks about lithium ion batteries, so I might be a little razzled there.
You're here to own the fire.
It's only like 68 golf carts, so it's under one building.
I'm not the most tech guy, I got a lot of help. Judy and others in the office helped with the PowerPoint, and she said that red looked angry. I just want you to know I'm not angry, okay? It's a little too red. We're gonna move on anyways. All right, so what I want to do is just take a few minutes to show our department compared to other departments. Other departments that are very similar to us. And what I hope to is when we get done, you can see just what this department does. This is a very good department. It's working with short staffing, and it provides a lot to the community, and it does it efficiently. So we'll go through this quick, not to keep you long. Niagara Falls, 50,000 people, smaller than our city, but they do have a lot of visitors come. 5 stations, 132 firefighters, they have 26 per day, and they do 7,500 calls. We go to Binghamton, about the same size, 47,000, 5 stations, 117 firefighters per day. 117 firefighters on the job, 21 firefighters per day. They do 11,000 calls. Troy, 50,000 people, 6 firehouses, 117, 24 per day. They do 13,000 calls. Utica, pretty close to us, although their city is bigger in mass. 6 stations, 132 firefighters, 23 per day, they do 17,000. Now the next one is Albany. Bigger department, right? 102,000 population, 8 firehouses, that's double the size of us. 260 firefighters, that's double the size, more than double the size. 47 per day. Look at that number of what they do per year. 25,000, right? 25,000, that's the number I want you to focus on. And now Schenectady, almost 70,000 population, 4 firehouses. Back in the Stone Ages, when I came on, we had 6 firehouses. Before that, there were 10. We had 155 when I came on. Now we're 119, but we have 110 available. I'll get into more of that. Minimum staffing is 20, and we're approaching 20,000 calls. Just take a peek back at Albany. Over double the size, huge number per day, and they're only doing 5,000 calls more. So department comparisons, it's kind of hard to see there, but I just wanted to focus what everybody else is doing compared to us. And I'm sure you're getting the point that I'm trying to make. This is another comparison done by the graph. The tall, the pillars, that's the number of people that you have per day. And then that black line going up is the number of calls. As you see, we're the shortest pillar and we're almost touching Albany. Okay, that gives you the comparison of how many people we have, how many calls we're doing. So what are we doing? Fire department, fire suppression, right? That's obvious. We are the primary paramedic service in the city. Our people are trained to a very high level of medical. We are very happy to support the police department with their SOS team, their SWAT team. They asked us if we would provide them with tactical medics, and we happily did that. That's another service we're providing, and our people are highly trained to work with the police. Our special operations team, part of that is the county hazmat team. We go all throughout the county. If you remember earlier this year, later part of last year, we had some issues with trucks carrying propane, liquid fuel, right? We had, within a week or two, I can't remember exactly, 2 major incidences, and our people were there for that. Confined space, we provide that throughout the county. Land-based water rescue, we have now developed we're working with the county with their drone program. We're supplying pilots, and since the inception of that program, there have been 50 missions flown, and it's getting more you do, the more we're doing. Community outreach. I've been here a long time. We've never been in the community more than this year. And just listed a few of the people, few of the organizations that we've had the privilege to work with. From the Cocoa House to A Little Bit of Love to the Sound the Alarm, Stop the Bleed program, Community CPR, just to mention a few. Fire investigation. You've heard me say this before. I've said it individually, I've said it in public. We've got the best fire investigation, fire prevention unit in the area, in the region, in the state. They're good. They're really good. They have 100% conviction rate for any case that goes to trial. That number is astounding. We have a smokehouse, that's our traveling classroom. We're in the community, we're at the schools teaching the youngest when they're most impressionable on fire safety. I'm going to tell you a couple stories about that. Juvenile Fire Sitters Program. That's us working with the school district, working with social services, identifying people, children that may have an issue and dealing with it early so it doesn't become more of an issue as time goes on. Staffing. Now, with staffing, I'm gonna tell you, I get a headache talking about staffing, trying to figure out staffing. We confer about this a lot. I want to just focus on a little bit on available people. We're not that far from full staff. We're 5 vacancies right now. There's supposed to be 119, we're down to 114. So you look at me and go, gee, Marino, why are you crying? You're almost full staff. Well, I'm crying because we have 7 people in school. So you take the 5 and the 7, that's 12. We've got 5 more by April that are going to be leaving, retiring. You're talking a big number. So this here, what I'd like you to take away from this, we're gonna start the year 2025 with 109 people, and the number's gonna fluctuate. 109 people available to us, and gonna go out through the year, it's gonna go down, it's gonna go up, we're gonna end the year with 109 available people. What does that mean? That means the people that are on the front lines every day are working more and more and more. So, in summary, we're the busiest fire department in the region, in the state, per firefighter. No one does more calls per firefighter than Schenectady. No one provides the amount of service that we do to our community. The new hiring model is working, and I want to thank the council, and thank the mayor for you believing in what we told you, that we needed to change how we hire. Didn't change our requirements, we just changed how people are going to get those requirements. We're helping people that want to be here, that maybe can't afford to go to paramedic school at $8,000 for the program, or they don't have the time because they're raising a family. So you allowed us to change that. We've hired 11 people this year, 7 of which we would not have been able to hire if you did not allow us to do that. So I thank you very much for that. And we have to keep going with it. We're very conscious of how much things are and what we need to do. Our office staff, led by Judy, and the ladies, the 2 other ladies, Leah and Jenny in there. I just want to say that I talk about how great our department is and how they work with less and they're doing so much more. That goes for the office staff too. You actually need 3 more people in that office. They do tremendous work. But we have tried, we went for a SAFER grant this year, first time ever. We're trying to help our staffing with that, and we were unsuccessful. 3 years ago, 10% of the applicants were successful. Last year, 8% of the applicants were successful. This year, 6% of the applicants were successful. We made it to the final round. We just didn't get to the end. AFG, we applied for a grant that would pay for our people to go to school, to lessen the burden on the city, because sending them to school, sending them to paramedic school and the fire academy, it's not inexpensive. We were unsuccessful, but we'll try again next year. Staffing level is going to remain the same. It's going to remain a challenge for next year, but we have to keep doing what we're doing. Everything I just spoke to comes at a cost. It comes at a financial cost. It comes at a physical cost to our people, to our members, because they're out there every day doing more. They're more susceptible for illness. We've been struck by the cancer bug. We've had several people that have been diagnosed with cancer and some other issues. And it comes at a mental health cost. So does this matter? Anything what I said in the last 10 minutes, does it matter? I think it matters. I can tell you a little story, and we have heard this a little bit before. Our fire prevention staff was at Zoller School, October 19th, 2021. Little girl Chloe attended, and very attentive young lady. She went home that evening, gathered up the family and said, firemen were there today at school, talked about this, and Mom, Dad, we gotta do this. And they did. They came up with an evacuation plan. They came up with what do you do if there's smoke in the house. They came up with meeting places. Everything we all know. They came up with it all. That was October 19th. Well, on October 24th, 5 days later, Chloe looks out the window and sees her house on fire. And immediately goes into action and does everything she was taught and got everybody out of the house. Safely, no one got injured. That was October 24th. And October 29th, 5 days later, our fire investigation unit was able to make an arrest of the person that set the fire. That's when everything happens, right? Everything went according to plan. One of the council members asked me, Chief, how many fires do you prevent? I can't tell you that. I don't know what would prevent it. I wish I could tell you that. Could tell you how many fires we've had, can't tell you what would prevent it. But Chloe's one of many. What we do matters, what our members do matters. Another story, we're in the schools now teaching a program that's called Stop the Bleed. We've been doing it for 3 years. And in that program, we teach how to manage severe hemorrhage. This year we were there, just at the start of school, taught the program, teach people how to apply tourniquets. A couple of weeks later, there was an issue at the high school. Someone was injured severely, had a major hemorrhage. One of the staff members that were at that class knew exactly what to do, had a tourniquet, and controlled that bleeding. And if he didn't do that, the patient would have suffered more severe injuries than he already did. So does it matter? It matters. It definitely matters. So what would I like everyone here in this room, anyone watching, to take away is be proud of your fire department. You all know we're not perfect. We're not perfect. But the people that come to work every day and are on the line every day, put their lives on the line, they do a great job. They do an awesome job. So everything in that budget are things that we need. And I think you know, the times I've been here, we don't ask for things we don't need. We ask for things we need. We're efficient with it. About all I got to say. Thank you for passing my budget, and I'll see you next week. Thank you.
Nice try.
Anybody to say something? All right. Yeah. I hope you're ready for your presentation again.
Sure am. Song and dance.
Yeah. All right, Chief, so we'll start with, we'll go through fire administration, and let's go through, and if there's anything that we need to, questions, we'll ask, answer, and we move forward into various departments under your control.
I will say, let me go right to the
Page
end.
26.
Let me just say something very at the end here. Our budget went up 1.9% from last year.
I'm sorry, what was that?
1.9% from last year.
What went up? I'm sorry.
The entire budget.
Entire budget went up 1.9. I can dazzle you with facts and figures, but whatever you want to do.
We'll go through page 27.
Okay.
And if you could just walk us through, and we'll just roll into the next. Anything that we need to know, you don't need to know the line item, just anything?
I don't think there's anything.
And then I'll open for question, please go ahead.
Assistant chief, so if the new amounts or contracts haven't been out, whoever that individual is has a raise.
Well,
Is that,
this is a two-parter.
okay,
All the positions have an 8% differential. So from lieutenant to captain, captain to deputy chief
okay,
has an 8%. The assistant chief, that position was behind that 8%. So I had requested an increase, so between the chief and the assistant chief, there'd be an 8% differential. When I had asked for that, I was informed that I can't just ask for that. I have to look at legislation, which I did. There's legislation, there's an ordinance out. Well, when I did that, I found that we haven't been following that formula. So you see that in the budget was 159, and that's what we left it at. But when we applied a formula, that position actually should be 166, 967. So to follow the formula of the legislation, it should be even higher than the 159 I asked for. And with the chief's position, that position should be about $3,000 more. It's 173, 034 in the budget, it really should be 176,684. It did not put it in the budget because I was told I had to look at the legislation, which I did, and then I haven't got permission to increase it yet.
For the 8%
Well, the 8% was, that's what motivated me to ask for a raise for that assistant chief position.
Okay.
And in so doing, in doing the research, I found, well, those positions are either, they're getting paid even less than they should according to the legislation.
Terry, can you please make note of that, and we can look
It
into
is
that?
noted, I think it's under the mayor's discretion, how he's gonna proceed, with those salaries.
Yep.
Any questions? Go ahead, please.
So my question is overall, the blue lines, which means it's ARPA money. So, which will be for all departments that have it. Is there some considerations at this point in time, how you're going to be able to move forward? Because they're needed lines, I mean, they're small amounts of money, for the most part, they're mostly supplies and things. Just want to make, oh no, the firefighter academy.
Well, can I adjust the blue line?
Can you adjust it?
I can.
Address it.
Can I address it?
Yes.
Okay. I learned about the blue line when we started these talks tonight. I did not know about the blue line. I was surprised to see the blue line. So if the blue line is there or not, it's still funds we need. That's more how finance would like to account for it. Because we did not have those funds, we just were requesting the funds we needed.
I see. We didn't know the source.
Correct.
Got it. And about the red screen, it didn't make me angry, but it certainly changed when I look back at my paper. I'm like, I keep seeing this. Use a different background team.
Judy told me to, and I didn't do it.
She's 100%.
She's just great. Well, we're gonna go with blue or the police.
Can we use only blue?
Okay, yeah, that's.
Just go with it.
All right, any other question for, any stuff on page 27? If not, we'll roll into next
I have to
page.
see what page I'm on.
28.
Is that 28?
Well, on page 28, I'll point it out.
I have a
83410-404.
404, I have a question about that.
Okay. So half of the explanation is, all these things go up. Our psych evaluations, our drug screening.
Oh, so that's what the services, that's what my question was. What are the services that are in there?
Yep, okay.
Okay. Psych eval.
Recruitment is in there.
Oh, boy.
The website fees are in there. But Dr. Tobin's fees are in there.
Okay.
And she's our clinical psychologist. So she gets $1,400 a month, which is, through quick math, it's at $1,680 a year.
14,000 plus 28. What does that come to? 28 and 14.
Too late for that.
So that's half of that increase.
Okay.
All right. I don't.
Do you want to touch on the
16.
contract?
Which one?
3410, 465.
465. We have, it did. We were using, our reporting system was probably 25 years old. And the company was no longer supporting that system. What that means is when things broke down, they weren't fixing them, and they weren't doing, new products to improve on it. And it became obsolete, so we were forced to go into a couple of different reports. One reporting system is called health staff, the other one is called fire reports. And they were all more expensive than what we were previously using. So that's why that line went up.
Any questions on page 28? If not, we'll move to page 29.
Don't see anything major there that went up. The next one I have of of an increase is A3411,406 from 45,000 last year to 64,000 this year. It's because we're sending people to school. That covers tuition. It's $8,000 a person to send.
Paramedic school, right?
Yes, ma'am. And then the next one will be 465, same category. That went up $8,000, and that's just that for our reporting system again, our EMS charts, that's our digital PCRs. Stryker, that's our maintenance fee for our monitors. And those maintenance contracts went up. I'm on page 30 now. I don't see anything major there.
Public safety equipment, you wanna just touch on that?
Which line are you on?
That is 3412, 203.
203, next one.
It's on that same page 30, at the bottom of that.
Page 30 at the bottom. Those are our turnout gears.
Oh, okay.
Turnout gear.
And so we're on a schedule where we try to replace them. They have a 10-year life. So we're on a schedule where they get replaced at the appropriate time.
Any other question on page 30?
I was just,
Go ahead, please.
it's more of a comment, and I know Chief and I have had a lot of conversations, and I appreciate them, and I appreciate the context that your brief gave. I think it's just identifying that we're in a difficult spot where we paid for temporarily permanent positions, and it's pretty much impossible to go backwards.
I'm sorry, can you?
So the ARPA funding is a temporary funding source, and we've permanently adopted these positions into like your workflow. So the worry is that it's inevitable we can't go backwards. So I think it's just a realization of this is the position that we currently are in with using a temporary funding source. So it wasn't a question, it was just a realization, and then I think it was made very evident with your briefing. As the comment that has just been constantly highlighted throughout the conversation is, what do we do when ARPA is no longer here?
I thought ARPA was gone. I thought it was gone this year.
It's an issue larger than just your department.
Sorry?
It's an issue much larger than your department.
Yeah, absolutely. But when we put our budget together, we never considered ARPA. We've had many meetings. And this, I was surprised that there was ARPA money. It doesn't change what we need.
No,
It
absolutely.
doesn't change it one time.
That's
There
right.
is, under one line, there's 13 positions from two, it was two announced at the 13.
I just wanna note that so for A3412,100, it's not that entire amount, we're just trying to use 343,000, and that reflects that 3 million that's in the revenue. So we're looking to recapture those funds to help bridge the gap we have in revenues and expenses.
But still, my comment was you had the ARPA firefighters going through the academy, so we introduced those 6 new bodies, or 6 new firefighters into this pipeline.
If we don't have those.
No, I'm not arguing.
Okay.
Yeah, but-
Just wait, take it easy.
I think,
Hold on,
I do think that,
Please.
because the bottom line is that it's still the same number of people, I think, 112 and 112, am I reading that wrong? So I think what happened was things got shifted, but let me look. That's what I wrote on my note when I was going through this, that the lines shifted.
I think the question I'm gonna ask is that why it was
What do
2
you mean?
last year under that line,
See, it's
why 13?
112.
Why not stay at 3412,100? Yes.
I'm sorry, where are you, John? John, where are you?
Page 30.
The number's 13, but the amount of money is that 700,000, it's only 343.
So you're looking at these fire captains, any positions, fire lieutenants, right?
Yes.
Okay, so the firefighters, we have different levels, right? So when someone becomes a firefighter, they're step one. Then the next year they go step two, step three, step four. So those numbers will constantly change. But it's still, it's the global number, we budget for 119. But next year, that 13 might be 10, 5, because they moved out of that step and moved into another step. It's not, don't get confused that those are additional people.
No,
It's just what
I
it
don't
is.
think that's the question. The question is, why take it out of ARPA?
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, that's a financial question.
That's not my question.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying, is that the amount of firefighter that you have in this department is more of the funding source. Because when this goes away next year, where are we gonna find $1 million?
I thought it went away this year,
Right.
and the question is, where we're getting it.
Gonna raise taxes.
So, but Mr.
No, that's
Ferrari was
true.
saying
No, but
that-
that's true. That's what we're gonna have to do.
But Mr. Ferrari was saying that this number doesn't really represent a whole, the same amount. Would you explain to them, even though they put the 700,000, that's not really what it is?
It is right there, what we did is because we're not sure if ARPA's gonna pass or not, so what we did is we put the blue line in, but you're gonna receive a package tonight. It's gonna show the amounts, like for instance, 834, 12, 100 is only, for 300, or 8412. 343, 469 total, not 700 and the other number.
That's a little misleading.
So that's not,
we're showing you what's gonna be ARPA funded, but we're gonna show you the amount on a separate page.
So the line underneath that blue line, there's 7 in 2024 and then 1 for 2025. So, yeah, that's coming down.
The total number is still.
If you look at the total number, it's 112. See? So it's still the same
so,
total
so
number.
this leads me to ask for, can we separate these? In terms of, okay, you don't need 7, from ARPA, you don't need 7 or 8.
We will, when the budget's adopted, we will separate it.
Because shouldn't we be looking kind of at the bottom, I mean, what did we say the bottom line was? It's a 1.9% increase or something? I mean,
Yes, I got it.
No, Patrick, the question is, we need to know how much is going towards this line from ARPA. It is not 708,000 from ARPA, it's 300,000.
It sounds like
I think there needs to be a report, for us to look at.
it's right, this is
So
what's
it
coming.
doesn't send a wrong message
Whoops,
into next year that we need $700,000.
okay, thank you.
That's right. It's misleading.
Right now, it's right now here, if you look at this, I'm telling myself, and this is exactly how it's read, 7 or 8,000 from ARPA.
If you look at the revenue section, the total amount, 3 million, is what is going to be reflected. We don't use ARPA this year, this is fund balance to 0, unassigned fund balance for 2026.
Did you hear that? I don't know, I don't know if everybody heard you say that.
we did tonight,
But the question is not, I understand what you're saying, however, this doesn't truly reflect, because we're seeing 708, but you're telling it's really only 300, so we really would like to see exactly what the ARPA amount. I understand, but this is all we had in the meantime.
I would like to see this in revised.
It will be, I think, right?
Yeah.
Don't you give us a revised?
Before we adopt it, we should have a revised version.
Yeah, we'll fix it for you.
Yes.
Oh, so this is.
That's the ARPA fund, yeah, for that.
You have copies of that? This is, I can do this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This is what we talked about.
Oh, okay, perfect, thank you.
Did you get one? I'm sorry.
He only gives it to people that were in the room at the time.
All right.
Yeah, we can take care of that, you can do that.
Yeah, if you don't mind, please.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Yes. Okay, so let's have a clear, yeah, thank you. Let's have a clear picture of where the funding are coming from. All right, any other question on page 30? Seeing none, I'll move to page 31.
31, I'll point out, 334, 453, clothing and dry goods. We've been dealing with an issue with our Class A uniforms in particular. We have 30 people that do not have Class A uniforms, and they're supposed to be issued that when they come on the job. So we propose that we take care of 20 of those next year. And they're $500 a piece. So that is part of that increase. The rest of that increase is just increased amounts for our uniforms, for our shirts and pants and belts. All those costs have gone up.
So you're planning on buying 20, is that what you said?
20, we need 30, we're planning on buying 20.
Okay.
I'll try to fix the problem.
Thank you.
Right now, what's happening is someone is going to an event or whatever, a funeral, whatever it may be, and we have to scrounge around and, hey, you're working, can I borrow your Class A?
Any other questions? Not any other. Question on page 31. So you have five, lieutenant, you had 3 in 24, so you have 2, it's just a promotion.
Are you under?
Yeah,
arson?
3413,
Yes.
100.
Yes, if you remember, I came to the council and I proposed that we take one of the lieutenants and make that a captain spot. So that's what this reflects.
Yeah,
Instead of 3 lieutenants, you have 2 and a captain.
Any other question? Let's move to page 32.
I don't see anything, well, I guess you could point out, 450 supplies, and what that is, that's, fire safety material. That just goes to the point that we're in the community so much. These are things that we buy, for giveaways.
Those are nice.
Yeah, pamphlets.
People love them.
Fire safety pamphlets, giveaways for the kids. Cops always give away a lot of things than we do. But we got a little cute to give away a lot of beautiful gifts, right? So what we did was we went out and bought bags that say Schenectady Fire Department, and the kids take all the giveaways from the cops, put them in our bag. And they think it's awesome.
But just talk about it, seriously, buying goodies. We also have the, going back to 3410, 402A, $25,000 that is set aside for the Public Safety Foundation. That is also to buy supplies and things like that for your outreach.
That is for when we support the organizations. We make donations to the organizations.
Donations.
The Cocoa House, a little bit of love on the hill.
Okay, so it's more sponsorship.
Those are
Kind of,
sponsorships. That's what the council gave us the last 2 budgets. Now, this year, we did not receive that, so, well, we were told we weren't gonna receive it, so we put it in our budget.
So there.
Thank you. Do you wanna increase it?
Where is that, John? Again, I
34,
do remember.
34, page 28. A 3410, 402A. 25,
Oh, yeah, I got it.
We have done that
I got
over
it.
the year, we split
Yep.
it, it was 50,000 to the police department, and
Yep.
May had requested that we split it 25
Yep.
to fire, 25 to police.
That's been tremendous,
Yes.
that's been tremendous support for the community.
Yeah, it does, and it helps with the community outreach, and that's, that's something that we need to focus on more, and I'm glad that you all, both departments are doing it, the outreach, it helps. Okay, page 32, anything on that? If not, we'll move to page 33.
33, the biggest increase will be found in 406 in service training. We are hoping, we're planning on hiring 10 next year, and that's to send them to the fire academy. $41,000, it's $4,100 per candidate.
Wait, I'm not seeing, what line is that?
That is.
That's not on 33, right?
Page 33, all the way to the bottom.
3414, 406.
So it's actually on page, page
At the bottom of
32, page 32.
Page 32, yes, right at the end.
It's hidden at the bottom.
Yeah, I know, it's
Yeah, you gotta squeeze a page like this.
I just want to point out that it took me until just a couple of minutes ago to realize that you put the page numbers up on the top. I kept going like this, looking for the page numbers, and you actually had already fixed it for me
Yeah.
ahead of time, but I
Right.
just figured that out a little bit ago.
And you got a question on this? That concludes our review for the fire department. Chief, are we missing anything? Is there anything you want to tell us?
Chief, you just have the capital. I don't see
Oh, yeah, capital.
Before we go to the capital, is there anything you're missing, anything you want to tell the council?
No, I think I covered it in that,
In the red PowerPoint.
in the angry PowerPoint.
Oh, it's a firefighter code.
It is a firefighter.
It's firefighter code.
Good job there.
All right.
Let's go to your capital.
Well,
Fire department.
You want to highlight our revenues?
Yeah, we already did that.
Already did that?
We did that.
We did that.
Okay.
Yes, so we'll just go through your capital items.
Find it.
It's here, take it. It's here, that's fine. It's this one here, one item.
Did the recommend?
Cardiac monitors.
Okay.
The cardiac.
So,
Cardiac,
our cardiac monitors have a 10-year life on them.
Yeah.
Not saying that they can't be used at 10 years, they can. But the maintenance fee skyrockets and it makes the cost prohibitive. So we're asking for $800,000 to replace all our monitors. And also with that, we're asking for a mechanical CPR device. All the research is coming in that early CPR, early good CPR increases survival rate for the patient anywhere from double to triple. And if we can, the device, it's mechanical, you set it up and it's precise. We as humans, we're not precise, right? Our depth can change, our rate can change. When we're moving the patient, you stop CPR, and all the research shows, once you start CPR, you don't stop. Because once you stop, it lowers the circulation rate, and you have to work that much harder to get it back up there. So this device, once it's in place, will continue CPR from the time we start with that patient to the time we deliver that patient to the hospital or pulses are returned. It will really add to the quality of what we do. So that's incorporated in the monitors, the $800,000.
Questions?
How many monitors?
10? I think 10.
10.
I can get you that answer, I think it's 10.
10.
That's it? Oh, Judy confirmed it when we're all good.
Yeah. Any question?
So if you can speak to that, is that done in lieu of a person?
Sorry?
Are you saying that's done in lieu of having a person doing that? Or you still need someone monitoring that device? Or is that something you can put on and then you would know absently that that is continuing on those important?
Well, once we, not really a set it and forget it. You apply it.
You're not gonna go to the bathroom.
Stop along the way. It has to be monitored, but it frees up someone to now, that is working and now maybe I can start an IV, maybe I can call a doc. Or I start with medications. It's more precise, it's more efficient, and it allows someone to do other important things.
Thank you.
Yes.
Any other question to Chief? Chief, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to your department, keeping us safe.
I appreciate it, thank you for looking at this.
Thank you.
You ready? Do you want to postpone it to tomorrow?
PowerPoint for you.
Oh, challenge is on.
Never mind.
You didn't hear him talking about the giveaways, by the way.
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
If we had a PowerPoint. PowerPoint would be blue.
Rise.
Power of blue.
So we just gotta know what page. Yeah.
So that would be page, starting on page 19. Right at the bottom of page 18 and into 19.
Bye-bye, thank you.
Ready?
Go ahead, give us an overview and then we'll pass it on.
Quick overview, police account codes A3120 through A3123, also A3320 and A3510. The police department increased by approximately 3.25%. Their PBA union negotiated contract has been negotiated and it's going to be in effect starting in 2025. One key aspect of that is their retirement. They have got the 384E, and that's contributing to about a 1.2 million increase in our retirement.
Okay. Chief, I'll hand it over to who is taking the lead.
I'll take the lead on the department, I'll take the lead on it.
Okay, so we'll just go to public police administration and just on page bottom of 18 into 19. I will just roll with it. Any question? I'll ask the chief.
You want a brief overview of the department now or later? Or not at all?
Yeah, we can. You wanna do that? Yeah, we asked it, yeah, you can do that overall, you know.
Well, we're talking, that'd be perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's just be good to kind of
Include it in here.
Yeah.
All right.
In each of the police administration, you just talk what is happening in there.
Yeah. It's a good
And then we'll address any hot items that needs to be addressed.
So is the question, do you want to give us an overview or not? Is that the question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It will be an overview for each of the sections.
as we're going through it. There you go.
I was just gonna give you some statistic, that's it. So I can add them into the
Because we kind of have done that with every other
Yeah, we
department,
have.
right? I mean,
Yeah.
we kind of started with an overview of every other
Yeah.
department.
Oh, you,
I can do it that way. As we
Okay,
go
let's
through
do it.
I'll-
It's 3 minutes wasted.
go ahead if you want, yeah, that's fine, I will, yeah, go,
So we're gonna start off with the administration.
yes.
Excellent. So in administration this year, we are requesting that we remove a IPS 3. It's been vacant for 2 or 3 years. And with that, we're requesting one of our 3s go to a 4, take over some of the duties. So other than that, everything else stays the same in the police administration. So we went from 22.5 bodies down to 21.5 bodies is the request. And all those pay raises are the 1.75%, which covers the 3.5% throughout the year raise. That's
So where does the IPS 3 go to?
the one IPS 3 disappears, and the one IPS 3 goes to an IPS 4.
Okay, so the one you just lose, you're
Yes.
getting rid of the position?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
In that line, we also reduced our police chaplain line down to 2,500, which is what it originally was for our police chaplain. The stipend that we gave to the volunteers, that went away because that was ARPA. That was ARPA funded.
I noticed the fire department went up 20%. You guys went down a lot in the chaplain line. Yeah.
So we're still funding it for 2,500.
It's,
As far as Father Carlino, the fire department, he costs more.
I know.
He's got a bull.
Yeah, he got a
So the person is, I mean, I guess you haven't told them yet. That, I mean, I guess I'm like wondering how you do that. Like you went from,
So the one chaplain that's gonna get the 2,500 already received 2,500. The other was for other chaplains that we had. We had
Okay.
another group of them that were
Okay.
receiving, I think it must have been maybe less than 1,000 a year.
okay,
And then we have let them know that we were not gonna be continuing it.
so less people to pray.
Yes.
Well, we're still maintaining the program, just not a stipend, and we
Sorry,
need to
starting
really
to
get
get a little giggly
utilization on
here.
that.
Yeah. Good job.
All right, well, I'll pay for these for free.
You wanna continue on all the way to the end of administration, and then we'll open for any questions.
Okay, and
Next page 20.
It's all the same thing. The next thing is, you want to talk to community outreach?
Yeah.
You want to mention, 203?
Oh, yeah, that's the big one, yes. So 203 is public safety equipment software. That's the big number. That is our Axon software, so when the originally was brought to the council, the product would be about 2 to 3 years worth of payments. It's been about 3.5 years that we've been able to do out of our budget and grant work. And this year we're requesting 265. The total balance every year is 488,000. So next year, that'll look closer to 488,000, where we have a little bit of remaining grant funds that we have stashed away that we can cover out the rest of that for this year.
Don't be saying that to the council.
Stashed away.
Stashed away. It is sit away for to cover the remainder of the 488. But then next, in 2026, we will need the full
400,
488,000.
Okay.
Yes.
in 2026.
Yes. And community outreach, we would like to have more in that line, like the fire department is receiving the
Yeah.
45,000.
I was gonna ask that question as to
Me too,
why
that's one of my
5,000 on this line. I would like to see that line without even
We-
discussing this. I would like to see the line go back to match with the fire department.
We only lower it to meet the request to try to trim the budget, so.
Yeah, no, that was my,
20,000
that was
is
my
nothing in a
question.
$160 million budget. So I
I think so.
publicly recommend this here, that we need to match it there because they're doing a lot of work in the community and to help sponsor local events within our community to spread awareness and to the outreach that we talk about during our police reform, that to bridge a gap. And the reason why the money was allocated was that was the main reason.
And the rest of the lines, they were the same or we trimmed from last year down the line. We recognize that it's a tough year. We look to see what we were spending and what we didn't need to spend. So we shot them down a little bit, not much, but there was a few lines where 5,000, 20,000, 2,000, we were able to.
So just to be clear, so it's 402B, it's that because you didn't spend that much money, that's
No,
why?
we spent, when we were going through the budget, we were requesting that we chop some of our money, and that was a line that was chopped.
No, I definitely would support.
Yes.
I mean, that was the only question I had for the whole police budget.
We have
was-
seen over the years the outreach, the impact, and the success stories. So we want to continue that with the partnership with the fire department and to provide a resource that is needed.
Yeah, and, yeah.
When ARPA's done, how are you gonna pay for it?
Ms. Patrick said, Ms. Patrick said,
Figure it out.
Ms. Patrick
Just wanna
said
make
raise
sure,
taxes.
I'm gonna make sure we're all together on this, that's all.
Grants. Get your grants
I do
right.
have-
Go ahead, let's
We can raise
make
the
it
money.
a forum,
I do have a
please.
question. It's in your budget, but it's a zeroed out line, and I understand that you already have the training though, 402C, the anti-racism training. I see there's no money there, but I was told that you had that training by what's that group in Albany?
Yes, underground.
Yes.
Yes, we did have it. Everyone in the department was trained,
Mhm.
and that was a one-time.
2024.
In 2024, we were trained in 2024. It was funds that you provided us in 2023 that we rolled over into 2024.
Oh, okay.
So I think there might actually be one, no, the last one just happened. Last one was 2 months ago,
So the training is finished?
Training is finished,
So
yes.
there's no future,
Currently, there's no future training.
Go ahead, please.
Line 404C, county dispatch. So, I mean, is each county assessed on how many calls come in? Just
Yes.
wondering.
Yep, there's
Out
a
of
call volume,
curiosity.
so that's the
Okay.
fire department and the police department.
Right.
That's everyone. This year, it went up 2%
Yeah.
from last year.
Okay.
Typically, it's been going up roughly 2%.
Well, they have to be paid there. I
And
just
that gets
wondered how.
adjusted at the end of the year too, depending on number.
Oh, is it?
So
Okay.
that's like the base figure, 2% increase, and then it gets adjusted at the end. And sorry to say, the last couple of years, it's
Been more.
And I believe we're like 50, actually, I might even have, I think we're 50-ish% of the budget over there. I can look that up if you need it, but
No,
I
I
did have
just wondered if
somewhere.
that was how we were assessed.
We're roughly 50% of the whole UCC budget.
Thank you.
Try to remember, a couple of years ago, we had talked about priority calls and to reduce the number of calls to dispatch and take that in house. Is that still viable?
We've been doing that. We've been doing that. We have a call, what do we call it?
Call screener.
Call screener now so we'll take somebody that's maybe injured on duty, and utilize them to be a call screener. So any pending call that's sitting there, we'll call, see if they can handle over the phone. So they've been reducing calls for service that way, and the drone is the next phase of that, is to start utilizing them. We'll say it now, we've been doing it for the last month, we've been doing a pilot of the drone use on top of Summit Towers. We've already started clearing out some calls, so police officers don't have to go there, so we won't get our full equipment that we purchased until the end of the year, so we're using our old equipment, and we're also limited by line of sight. You have to have a person watching the aircraft. Once we get our radar solution, which we can talk about in the Capitol, and the FAA allows us to, we'll be able to go beyond visual line of sight and be able to fly that drone basically wherever we need it to go autonomously from the police station.
And that leads me to Corporation Council. How, in terms of, we did have a discussion in terms of legislation for the drone. Is that any movement on that? Or are we still in the works?
It's in the works. We have been looking at it in the office as well as policy, so we can update you at the next committee meeting.
Yes. And the reason why I asked it, because I want to make sure that, protect the police department from any liability out there, because it's a new technology out there. Make sure you have the protection that we need to act on constantly to act on doing anything to change the legislation. We need to do that as we roll this out. We have this there as protecting the police department. And Ms. Barrage is working on that.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's gonna be legislation or policy review.
I thought when we discussed that, we wanted to just make sure that we, what Mr. O'Brien said, we could make sure that we were we weren't violating anybody's rights or to privacy. That's what he said he was gonna be looking at.
Right.
With the drones, because I understand that it's not your intention,
And we'll have it in our policy that the drone camera stays up until it reaches its location before it comes down. So if it's flying over somebody's yard where they have an expectation of privacy, it will not be recording it.
You had, go ahead, please.
It's on page 19, line 83120.114, unused vacation. So it seems to be up and then down and up and then down. So next year, should we anticipate an up year? Or can you just explain why it's, that's retirement?
It's retirement.
It's retirement.
That's retirement.
So we look at our seniority list of when people can retire, and then we kind of have a feel out who's gonna retire. Some people are very vocal and let us know they're leaving, other people kind of hide it to last minute. But that was ASB, currently there's nobody, I think there's only 2 or 3 people that are eligible for retirement, and they told us they're not gonna retire, so. And the rest don't have time on yet. It's actually the people later on going back and further to ISB, there's gonna be, I believe, 3 that are leaving, and we did a mock what the buyout would be already, so we could see what it was, and so we could accurately forecast that.
Thanks. Any other questions? Go ahead, please.
On page 20 though, back to 20, on the in-service training 312406, it's down by like 25,000. Is that gonna be enough, or?
So currently we don't have any planned large scale in-service training. I mean, so we do have some, and we actually have one that we do every year that's a countywide joint one. And we just submitted the request yesterday to be able to use, we have, I think, $15,000 in grant funds for training. And we
okay.
requested that we use this for that training, so that would kind of make up for part of it.
Gotcha.
It's, the Department of Homeland Security has to approve it because it's not their
I see, yeah.
but we have to submit it, I think it's 3 or 4 months in advance, and the training would be in April, so hopefully we feel like it meets the guidelines that they require us to have.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead, please.
So on A312465, maintenance contracts, what maintenance contracts is that covering?
Yes. Got a list of them here. The rough is we have Clear, which is investigative software, our Northeast IS, which is our in-building phone system, Celebrite, another detective software called Casper, Baricon, which is our radio maintenance, Lexipol is our policy maintenance, Ricky fingerprint service, Pulsium, our CAD and RMS vendor, I'm sorry, it's our RMS vendor. Portion of our Esri software, our Adobe, Guardian Alliance, Eclipse, our internal cameras, our Beast software, which is our evidence techs use, Verizon, IBM, Harris Corp, Higher Ground. A minor portion of Exxon is coming out of there, and potentially the Brink drones in the future as well, if need be, once the grant runs out.
And my only other question is, it's hidden in the fold, but the public half of the Commission of Public Safety is in the administrative budget as well, the other half is in the fire?
Yes, ma'am, yes. 50% on ours, 50%.
She's on 18, page 18.
Page 18, yes. And there was a 3% raise added in this other.
Any other question on page 20? Now we'll move to page 21, and that will be Police Field Service Bureau.
So on the top there, it looks like we have an extra lieutenant, but it's not, we just moved that from ISB, so you'll see the ISB went down to lieutenant, and we just moved it to here. The money's the same, just for operational need, we moved it from one spot to another spot. Other than that, the numbers are not changing.
Same question to Anthony. The ARPA allocation for step 1, step 2, are these fully funded by ARPA?
No.
If not, can you please make
Yeah, we're gonna
separate that?
We're gonna get you separate them, and by tomorrow night, we'll have all new budgets for you.
Thank
All
you.
separated.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
That's the top one. Special police officer, we're adding $10,000 in the ones that work over here in City Hall. They've just been covering more meetings and doing different things, so we just asked for, there's no rate increase, same amount of officers, just to cover more events that they're working here. The overtime, we're requesting slight more than what was granted to us this year. And the holiday pay, everything else goes the same.
And the overtime is increased due to the fact of the raise that the police are going to be getting.
Yes, the raise is 1.75% on average, so it takes effect June 1st, it's 3.5% starting June 1st. Or July 1st, July 1st. So the second half of the year.
You're looking at A312212.
Yes.
I just wanna note that, only year to date, that gives the police departments at 98.2%.
There's 112,000 left, I think, as of today, which that will definitely go over between now and the end of the year for that number.
So the stock is Christmas parade.
Christmas parade will be 30-something thousand.
Cancel that already.
This is AA 2122, page 21 at the bottom.
Right at the bottom,
Oh, okay.
overtime.
Yes.
I might have had those too.
Any questions on page? You just want to complete the next page 22 and then we'll ask questions. There's a couple more items.
Going down to the police investigation line.
No, just page 22 at the top, and then we'll ask questions on any additional question. I will move into police investigation.
For overtime, stay the same, the TEM stipend, that's the fire department. That's their team, their medics working with our SWAT team. So they create the budget, we just put half in ours and half in theirs. That's the request from them.
Okay. Open for question on police field service bureau.
No.
Any additional questions?
So if the county is now running the parade, then, why aren't they paying you for that?
They do.
I believe
They never did, and then this year they gave us, I think, $30,000 to cover summer night and the parade. It's not even a fraction of what the city spends, but that's better than nothing. They were for a while, whereas nothing. It came out of our budget.
Yeah. Yeah, when it was ours, that's different, but it's theirs now, and we compensate everybody else. We need to be able to get some of that compensation back. So, I think, I don't know who started that conversation, but.
Are we ready to start that conversation?
I think it would have to be, it wouldn't be, I remember this from a few years back, right? I mean, it's not these guys, it would be,
I'm not asking them, I don't mean
Yeah,
them, I'm not
Oh,
talking about with
It would have to be a collaboration between us and the mayor to kind of, talk to the county and try to see if we can get some additional revenue in terms of that.
Yeah, 330,000.
Yeah. It's something that we can address. It's additional revenue. And
it's a good year to probably address it with.
It's
them
upon
as
all
well.
of us to get involved and to bring more revenue.
Let's
Go ahead,
do it
please.
while they still have their ARPA funding as well. No, I'm not kidding though. I know it sounds funny, but I mean,
All right, let's move on.
Anyway.
Go ahead, please.
So there are many events in the city where the police, right? You guys are out there and, whoever holding the events aren't paying for any type of police at their events. I mean, there are, what do you think you spend on different events throughout the city? Where does that come, right?
We can look at some of that.
You do get paid for some of them.
The Stockade-a-thon reimburses us.
Who does?
The Stockade-a-thon, we do get paid for that.
Okay.
But we, that goes in our revenue line.
Nice.
But we, for the Christmas parade, the holiday parade, and summer night, that's, this year, there was money given back.
Yeah, 30.
But I can tell you exactly what we spent on those.
That would be good to know how much you spent versus how much you would reimburse.
You have that, right, Chief?
Yes.
Well, it's not only just the police department, the fire department, the OGS.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot of departments that they can possibly be reimbursed.
Parks Department, for events in the park.
All the events in the park, I mean, that's.
Right.
Oh, that's true.
Including music even.
In 2023, we spent 33,856 on summer night. That was last year. This year I can get all those numbers. I have them, I just don't want to take up all your time. Actually, the 2024 summer night was 28,134. 2023 holiday parade was 30,524.
Parade. You said you had the parade?
The parade last year was 30,500, and the summer night this year was 28,134. And the Stockade-a-thon is 11,200, but they reimbursed.
Will they reimburse you in full? Will they reimburse you in full?
I believe they reimbursed us in full, yes, $11,204.97 in 2023.
What about events over in the park, like music even? I mean, those things are all, I mean, there's a couple of officers on duty. Are they private or?
I think they're
They are.
We pay them.
Yeah.
So just to be clear then, people can hire your guys, even though they get to wear their uniform, but they hire them separately, like.
St.
they're
Anthony's
off-duty.
Festival, we pay.
Essentially, they get to wear their uniform, but they're really not on the clock with you.
I don't think they wear their uniforms at summer night.
They can't.
Or at the music haven.
Oh, they have.
No, they have the polo shirts with
Yes.
the police,
The badge.
they're definitely identified as police officers.
But to
Schenectady
your
police
point,
officers.
yes, they can wear uniforms and get paid privately.
Okay. Thank you.
But I think it would even be.
But not at all events, it has to be specific events.
They have to be approved by me.
Okay.
Which ones they're allowed, and
Okay.
typically won't allow everything. Can't work in a bar.
Can't be a bouncer?
That's why I asked. Go ahead, please.
But I would say what would even help like future councils, at least for me, is having a breakdown of what that overtime encompasses, because if it is like event overtime, I think that's a distinction that is valid.
And if you get reimbursed for it, by the way.
Well, right, that's,
Yeah.
and before we have the conversation, but not to say we do that now, but I think it's at least worth having a conversation.
If you would like at one time, as a chief person, I can come in and speak to you about, we have like 30 or 40 different wartime codes, and it breaks it down.
Yeah.
Some of it's investigations, like I can tell you one investigation last year, it cost like $50,000. So I can break it down as far as what they are. Sometimes it's so close, so tight, we can't, but you can get a really good picture of what it looks like if we.
Yeah, I appreciate that, thank you.
And I think especially the overtime when it's events, and if it's coming out of
As
like
opposed to-
the Christmas parade, the summer night, and it's coming out of our budget, and it's an event.
Yes.
It gets real complicated as far as you can get into the weeds with this, like patrol overtime. We have, like, just as an example, for our GIVE grant, has $35,000 worth of patrol overtime in it, which comes out of that 2.4 million. And then it's part of the full grant, GIVE grant revenue, that includes salaries and everything, but it also includes the $35,000. That's it, part of the revenue, but we spend it out of here. And then we spend another $35,000 on investigation overtime on the GIVE grant that's reimbursed. So a lot of grants, well, not a lot, but many grants reimburse overtime. It's very hard for us to be able to, we can give you a breakdown of where they're spent.
All right, any other question on field service? Seeing none, we'll move to bottom.
I kind of did have a question, but it's probably more about revenue, because you talked about grants, so that just triggered it. So are all the grants that you receive shown on revenue lines within our revenue? Is every single grant that you receive, you do everything that's in your budget, are they shown on our revenue line? I know, because I know you apply for a lot of grants.
Yes, I believe, unless it's a one-time thing that we're not used to getting, then I believe that they're all in our budget lines that we proposed.
And some grants are on a specific grant line, like an M
Yeah,
or
it
a
says
C.
it calls it out.
Where it's not charged here, it's charged to a grant budget, not charged to.
It's like our GIVE grant is on there. I would think that like the one that's not on here, we recently got last year was $75,000 for basically the SWAT team. That one was not on here, we didn't get getting it, that was a surprise to us. The one that, I know that Lieutenant Wiki was here the other night, he came here for the traffic safety grant, that's on here. Jenny, which one's?
Bulletproof vest.
Bulletproof vest. The.
Not on, is that what you said? Here's a cops grant, police cops grant.
Yeah, the cops grant, that one's on there.
Yeah.
There's actually our equipment, like, we got one for gym equipment, that one wasn't on there, that was, and then the other one that's not on there is, we received one for grants for our, new firearm upgrade, last year.
Your what?
Firearm, and
Oh,
holster and stuff like that. That was just given to us from DCJS, that's not in the budget. The technology grant's not in here either.
So my concern is that there's grants that aren't showing up, however, it's showing up in the cost line, so.
No, they're given their own pay codes.
Yeah.
So, separate from all this, so we have the funds, we get, from Commissioner Farr's team, we get a code, and that doesn't show up on the regular budget, it shows up separate.
It shows that it's a grant code,
Yes, like
So we won't see the bulletproof vest on here because they're a separate grant.
those are separate grants that are
The
for.
purchase is not in there, and the grant, you don't see the revenue because it's in a grant fund, yeah.
Gotcha.
And my other question is about the, I forgot what you call it, when you take people's money. What do you call it? Forfeiture, asset forfeiture.
Yes.
And so I know that it can only be spent on specific things. So does any of the asset forfeiture at all get spent?
We have not spent any since at least 2 years or so. And I can look to see what we have in there. I know that it ebbs and flows. On one account, we have $34,000 in.
Oh, it's not a ton.
The other one, I think there is, over 100,000, but I'm not sure that was from this year's.
You're not getting as regular as it used to.
We don't get crazy, and
The federal,
some of the money.
feds stopped that type of program.
Some of the money we just got was from 2013, so it takes quite a while for it to clear it out. And,
But if we have asset forfeitures, there's nothing in our budget that we can spend some of it on? I know it's specific, but there's absolutely nothing in the police
I know in the
budget
past,
that we can do that?
I know in the past we used to put like $40,000 a year out of it, but we haven't done that in quite a while.
So I can work with the chief of commissioner on that. I don't know enough about what we can and can't spend on. I know that I'm not sure
There's a list.
if you can't plant from what's some in the budget.
I understand.
But I just don't understand. I don't know if that would be spending or if we're allowed to use that for, we might be able to use it for certain investigations maybe.
Now, you can't use it for investigations like purchasing of, police supplies and stuff like that.
I know you can buy equipment and things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
That makes sense to me, and that would be it.
If there's things that we can use it for, if you have 100,000.
I don't do
I
that.
guess I think he said he did.
I don't know off the top of my head.
But you said you
Come on,
would check
let's-
into it. He said he would check into
Let's
it.
maintain a decorum, please. We got to finish this off.
So, if you could look at that, if there's something that, if you have that money there and it can be spent, and I know it's maybe a smaller amount, but we gotta cover every base we can.
So can you get that to the council at some point in time? Ms. Patrick,
We
you
used to
have
use that
something?
for a confidential fund.
No, that's what I was just saying, he said he would check into it.
That was that 40,000.
Any other questions on
They
field service?
use it for that.
No.
If not,
I'm not familiar with what Ms. Porterfield what is that money? It comes from the,
Seize assets, so cases that involve sometimes drugs or just cases that somebody has money they're not supposed to have, and it goes through the whole court, and sometimes the court gives some of it back, and but usually, the cases will get some, so our guys that work at task forces, they'll say you get, 8% of whatever the forfeiture amount is, and then it takes, again, we got some from 2013, so it took 11 years for us to get the money, but we eventually, just that's from the DEA, we just got it.
The only thing I'm gonna say about that is that our seized assets, we typically have them part of our budget planning process, so where we might be saving for a piece of equipment that we didn't put in for a capital request because we were saving for it, so.
okay. So so when you identify how much you have, then you might want to just go back and see if you have anything that is pending, so equipment to purchase, so
thank you.
it's pending with that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Perfect. Next, if no further question, we'll move into police investigation, the bottom of page 22.
So that shows the subtraction of the lieutenant, that's not really a subtraction because the lieutenant went to the
Investigator.
other area.
Investigator?
Yes, went to the FSB, yes. And anything else?
It's still 52.
Keep going all the way to page 23.
Investigation question?
Oh, go ahead, please.
So the crime analyst, do you share them with the county, or does this person belong to you and it's just the police department?
These are ours, so we have 3 crime analysts, so we have the director, and we have 2 others, and those are ours. One of them is stationed in Albany at the Albany CPAC.
The Albany?
The Albany Crime Analysis Center,
Okay,
but she works for the city.
and she only does work for us, even though she's over there?
No, she can do work for other agencies as well. While she's there, she does primarily ours, but there's a team of, I'm not sure how many there are, 6 or 8 over there that will work on something for Schenectady, and if she's needed, she'll work on something for another agency as well.
Sure, service.
Yeah, shared services is also shared costs?
No, so we pay for just her, and everyone else pays for their own, whoever supplies one, and then the crime analysis center has their own budget as well for somebody. I think they're actually in Albany Police Department's police station, so I know that I think they have 2 officers or 2 analysts assigned to it, and I don't know how many total there are, but there's a new facility over there. We just pay her salary.
We pay her salary, but she has an office in Albany.
Yes, and then she'll come back here as well.
And you get that benefit of that intelligence.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say,
Yeah,
probably.
yeah. I just visited that a while ago.
Is it similar to the county crime task force, or we?
Very
Yes,
very
I think
similar.
it's similar, yeah.
So perhaps it's cases where, you know, it goes beyond Schenectady, it might be, like, they're working as a team to look at, I don't know.
Oh, yes, yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
in other words, it might be something where somebody from Troy and somebody from
Yeah, so they do,
Schenectady and somebody from Albany, maybe it's all like working together on this crime, I mean.
they do that as well as, I know like we have we have some reports that she works on our reports even though she's there, but she has access to other technologies that we don't have.
Gotcha.
And she's learned a lot while she's over there too, actually, because there's more people, more techniques, more technology that she's able to get for, but we're some contract, we're not set there, so if the chief ever felt that she'd be more beneficial to be just in-house, we can pull her back tomorrow, and there's no agreement in place.
And we're free to utilize their services without giving them an asset. But we're the second highest utilization behind Albany Police Department there. So I just felt it was right to give them the extra body, and she's dedicated to us, and they also have a dedicated supervisor for us. So they do a lot of work for us. Our investigators save a lot of time doing workups on people because they'll just send them over there and they'll do it. Meanwhile, they can go out and hit the streets and do what they have to do, so. One thing I want to note on page 22, you look at police officer investigator, it went from 35 to 36.
Yeah.
That was because last year we made a mistake. The state gave us a grant for a non-fatal shooting investigator that was fully funded. And the grant came right around budget time, and we did not increase it last year. But we got the revenues last year, so this year we just corrected it.
Gotcha.
So the police officer investigators, what you said?
Yes,
35 to
It's,
36.
I see this.
it's like the third thing
So
up,
the one body that you increased
third thing up
by.
from the bottom of the sheet.
Okay, you went up to 36. Okay.
Any other question for admin salary section? We'll go into 3123. Audit compensation.
So we're requesting an increase on the overtime line from 913,000 to $1 million, partially from the raise that they'll be receiving, salary line. We were able to decrease the unused sick leave. We did increase the unused vacation. Those are numbers that we forecasted out that are planned for at least the 3 retirements that I know that are coming. The standby pay is the on-call detectives rate that's staying the same. And I believe there's anything else that's taken out.
Any question on this? Police investigation, seeing none. I think that concludes the police department review. We have 2 other sections, the parking and animal control. And that will be on page 26, parking.
So for the parking, we're looking for the same amount of staffing. The rates went down a little bit just because of new hires. We're looking to hire, actually, right now we have 2 open vacancies in the parking meter attendants. And we have 1 in the info processing specialist 2. And that is why the rate went down, even though it's the same number, just because we started out at a new step. The person retired previously, and now the rate's a little lower because they'd be starting at a lower step. And the rest is all the same.
Since we on the parking, I'm
Can
gonna
I ask
ask.
a question?
Go ahead, please.
So, on administrative salary, there's no increase for the civil supervisor and traffic services.
I think that may be an oversight.
I think they're all.
Oh, so no, that's CSDA.
BSEA.
Okay,
So it's coming.
thank you.
So since we're parking and we're talking about fees increase, I'd ask you,
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't go over the, we
no,
can go
no,
over the revenue.
there's something special I wanted to talk about. You're talking about the past few fines that the police department is working with agencies. So kind of for lack of words, go after these people who are not paying the fines.
So I will give a very, very quick.
Yeah, you can just brief us, and if you have anything to share, you can share with us.
A long time ago, in 2020, the city was with a company called ComPlus. They switched over to Passport. In the meantime, Plus was also bought out by Passport. So from 2020 until I believe it was mid-2021, 22, Commissioner brought to our attention that we weren't receiving what we call delinquent funds, which is a budget line, it's a separate revenue line. So we started looking into it. It took way longer than it should have, between different companies, the law department. We finally got a contract signed with a collection agency, December of 2022. And what they do is they send us letters and they add fees on top of the city fees. So we're not paying them any money. When somebody pays a delinquent ticket, which delinquent by code has to be over 6 months past when the ticket was originally due. And that's in the section of the fee section that we're currently working on with the council. And that, by the time we were able to get a ticket approved and get it set through all the motions, long story short is finally, about a month ago, the letter started going out. So we received $54,000 of that money so far. Now, that letter that went out is an incorrect letter because they never included the extra 25% fee on there.
Oh.
So that's not gonna be our problem, it's gonna be their problem.
Yeah, they understand.
That's gonna be that's their problem that we're working on. No, but there is, in the last roughly 6 weeks, I think is when the letters went out. Lieutenant Wiki looked it up today, of tickets that were 6 months and older that were sent a collections letter, is $54,000 in revenue for that. Overall, so anything that is older than roughly 3.5 years has already gone to collections. They've already tried to collect that money. And anything less than 3 years is just starting to go up now. The letters went out. I know when we checked in with the one collection agency, or the Passport sent to Capital Recovery, they had said that they just received 10,000 files. So there's files, lots of letters going out all over the place, and hopefully this revenue is gonna pick up. But just to give you a little summary, what we have in revenue that is 10 years old and older, so the really old money, we have $2.2 million.
Oh my gosh.
That's money that's over 10 years old.
You're never gonna see that.
The money that's 30 days old is 60,000, 31 to 60 days is 36,000, 91 to 80 is 41, 181 to 1 year is 193,000. 1 year old and older is 358,000. 2 years old and older, 208,000. So I can provide this. I'm not sure how to. You can share it.
Yeah, we'll have a copy.
That gives the
scan to all of us.
The total.
Yeah.
So really, we're not gonna get anything less, from older than 3 years from now.
So older than 3 years, that's already been tried to collect. For several years, Capital Recovery was doing that. We may get lucky and somebody may decide to pay when they get this, but that's something that's already been tried to collect and it's not there.
They might not even need a lot.
Well, you have to commend you and the others who work in your team to kind of go after it. It worked going after it and see where we are, because we're not losing anything. We're not paying a collection agency to do this. They're gonna get the 25% markup on whatever they collect. So it's a good effort, $4.7 million.
Yes, we're definitely hoping to get a lot of that. The other thing that I know we spoke quickly is we do what we call scofflaw details. So if you owe, I believe it's now $200, maybe $300 now, your list gets put into our LPRs in our cars, and it goes around and beeps, and officers will either pull the car over, or if it's parked on the side of the road, early hours, or late at night, in the morning, they usually do these details. They tow the car, and you can't get it back until you pay.
Wow.
There's just, I only pulled 2 months worth of data, because that's what I could get quickly before I came over today. And on one detail, we spent $1,524 of that's 2 different details, an officer's personnel cost, and we were able to retrieve $21,157 of outstanding parking fees.
Wow.
Another time we were able to spent $1,314 and we took in $14,550. And these details are what we're doing. We're doing a couple of these a month, and that's why our parking fee revenue is going up. And right now, I believe we've taken in, we're thinking 7,000 shy of our 540,000 that we had forecasted for 2024. So we're gonna blow that proportion for what we expected to take in for revenue. We're gonna be higher than that. And part of it is these details that we're running to go after the scofflaws.
So So, because
That's
in
ours.
terms of all the, so that,
We'll make copies for
the
us.
fines that are in our revenue budget, I believe I might have checked in on this already, but I just want to verify that these various fines that are police-related in our revenue budget
Yes.
do not include yet the increases that,
It does.
I do believe they do include that.
oh, they do
Yes,
include,
they do.
okay, that makes more sense
Yes,
to
they
me.
do.
I, for some reason, I thought I had asked, and that they weren't included in there.
No, it
but-
said yes. The answer on your question said yes.
It was the reason why we pushed it to kind of call for the public hearing and to kind of allow the department to incorporate it into their budget, because it is something that we address, and I don't think we're gonna hold back on it from moving forward.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
it's
good,
included
so,
both code enforcement and police department.
okay. But we haven't yet totally voted on this yet, right?
No.
On that part,
Because there's public hearing, and the public hearing.
Yeah, okay.
Next Monday.
okay.
And once we do that, it will take effect January 1st, 2025 budget.
Okay.
All right. Any other question on parking?
I have a question.
Go ahead, please.
Mayor.
Go ahead.
So you said the ones that were 2 years, the 2.2 million, Mr. Ferrari said we're never getting that, but.
Don't be saying that.
That's 10 years.
I mean, you know, people could be,
But,
anyway.
well, true, but they could be still here, or somewhere in Europe. So is it still like, if you, there's a, you know, this thing where if you own something and you go to register your car or something like that, it pops up and you can't register your vehicle. So none of this came up on that?
No, so there are a few of them, that, so every once in a while, we do get letters from the DMV that they have to come in, they have to pay in order to do that. Usually it's the people who have their cars towed and they have a plate still on the car, and then they can't register the new car because of the insurance lapse and things like that, so then sometimes people come in to us, say they lost their plates because their cars were towed, then we have to get a little bit of a disagreement with them, because we can't give them a lost or stolen plate, because it's not lost or stolen, it's just, we have your car, you have to pay us the fines that are outstanding. But as far as that goes, I don't know what the DMV's requirement is, but I do know that, randomly, we do get letters from them, from people coming in that say they have to pay their bills and register their cars, but I don't know what the requirements for that are.
There's obviously some requirement, I mean, do we need to look in deeper into that, so that people can't go and register their car if they have this outstanding debt to the city?
Yes, I don't.
Like if you said 200 or 300, so there's people, so in order for your car to get towed, it's $300?
Right now, I believe it's set, for $300, because it's, I believe, we worked with the last corporation council on that number, just because it was, we can tow it for anything, for whether it's one ticket, I believe, but because the cost of the tow they're gonna pay is like $230, I think, to get the car towed. So we wanted to make it, you know, a not unreasonable number, so if we were towing your car for $70 outstanding, then you had to pay $235 to get your car back, that's little.
Okay, got
If you have $300, you have either one, I guess you'd say major ticket that's already doubled, or you have several little tickets, and that's usually what it is multiple little tickets. And they've been contacted several times, so it's a little easier to swallow, I guess, for your car, if knowing that you have multiple tickets that you didn't pay.
The reason why you say vehicles over 10 years old, we're not gonna get it, most of these vehicles that are off the road, they've been crushed, you know, mostly are gone, or plates that, you know, people just, you know, got new plates and got rid of the old ones, stuff like that, that's what we talked, that's what we were told.
Yeah, but cars can be gone, they're tied to you. People know that you own the car. It's not like you get rid of a car and nobody knew that you were in the ownership, that's.
What I'm saying, that's what people just don't pay because they don't have the car anymore. There's nothing you can do because they're not registered anymore, they're not.
Maybe stop them from registering their current car.
Oh, I don't think you can do that.
Go ahead, please.
So I know me and Mr. Mr.
It's too late.
John.
It's too late. I know. You can blame me for that.
We are.
we had the email exchange that was going on where you were replying some responses based on the ticket spreadsheet that you provided.
Yes, sir.
And thank you for those follow-ups, which I really appreciated. I do think if we're starting to collect some of these outstanding tickets, there is a requirement from our city to be responsive. And not saying that you're not, I think your response has proved otherwise. I was wanting to reiterate the importance of us being responding to putting in place other measures where if there are tickets being expended that do not need to be or are the result of like unclear signage, or we have an obligation to work with the community also, because I think as we start to have these fines go out, if we're not working or being responsive in how our signs are advertised or what are they illustrating, I think it can send a very unclear message that we're just trying to do another money grab. And I don't think that's the intent. It is how do we enforce our laws? And again, if signs are not effective, how do we update those signs so that we're working with the community?
No, I don't disagree with any of that whatsoever. I know that right now with the signs, if there's a sign issue or if, going through court process, the ticket it's taken out, the sign was put on the list and it was sent to the sign department to work on updating it, and our officers, the parking officers won't actually ticket anybody with that. But anything that we can do as far as the fire hydrant thing, again, I don't know how expensive that would be to actually do something like that, but we'd be able to provide data before and after, if you want to try a certain area. But if there's anything that we can do to assist in bringing awareness to that, we're definitely willing to help.
Absolutely. I think Brian Cannon was mentioning that they're working with the police department in terms of addressing the signs.
Yes, so you guys provided funding many years ago for speed signs, so they was finally to get a been here for a few months now, and working with Brian's team and the Bureau to get it installed. So
I have to commend you on your aggressive approach towards these past two days when I'm trying. It's a good thing, and you and your team are doing, everybody, including Chief. It's something that we have to go after. If it's 30,000, 40, 50,000, 100,000, it's something coming in as a revenue to the department. And over the years, people are gonna get a wing of it and they have to pay. Any other questions? If not, on parking, we'll move to animal control, page 34. And that will conclude our,
the big change here with that is we are requesting to decrease our animal control officer to one and add a dog control supervisor position. I see there's a significant raise there. We would like to elevate the one animal control officer, one of the two that we have currently, into a supervisor role, doing an absolutely amazing job. And she's acting as a supervisor currently. She's our liaison to multiple different places. We get nothing but great feedback all the time, and we want to try to retain her as an employee. Increasing her salary would do that.
I am going to ask that we are also looking to increase the fee here. So Ms. Michael, you want to talk on this? Just briefly, council?
Under the revenue, you mean?
The revenue part on this? Or is that-
Increase the fees on the dog licenses?
Yes. This has nothing to do with this.
No.
This is separate.
No, it's separate, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
So you have two dog control officers and you just want to give one a raise and move and call them the supervisor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Any question on this section? Are we missing anything? You want to give us any?
Capital.
No, just before we go capital, anything that we need to address for the council? Any new things that are happening in the police department, anything in the pipeline?
Not really, I mean, nothing, the only thing new I probably have to report is New York State Police are finally up to staff, so they're gonna start doing blue grade patrols next Thursday, so.
Doing what? Who do they train?
The New York State Police are gonna start helping us patrol the streets again.
Oh.
They're finally up to full staffing, so we'll start seeing troopers working with our officers again starting Thursday, so that's really the only new thing to report.
Chief, talk about staffing. Can you address the staffing? I know that you are almost capacity or capacity.
Yeah, we were at full staffing, We have four that are actually gonna get out of field training soon, 4 that'll be done within a month, 8 in the academy. Of those 8, 7 of them are in our new apprentice program. We'll be, and we could probably actually, it'll be coming before the end of the year, but we're gonna get probably, I think, $3,500 in revenue for those 7 officers through this apprentice program.
That's great.
The email just came out today, so it's good, it's a good program, so it's helping us there.
What about retirement in the next year? Are they planned any?
I know of 3, right after New Year, so one's talking January, and one's talking February, and one's talking March, so I know of 3 currently that are senior officers.
Anything else?
No, crime's up 8.1%, 12.3% compared to the 5-year average. That's the bad news. The good, well, it's not bad news, but it's not great. Our shootings, we've done such a great job with our GIVE grant and our non-fatal shootings that I was invited to present at this International Chiefs of Police Conference coming up in 2 weeks in Buffalo. Boston, not Buffalo, definitely not Buffalo. So the state's gonna be presenting in that, and I'll be representing a local police department with them doing that. Our shots fired are down 42%, our shooting incidents are down 38%, our shooting victims are down 33%. And that number, 33% is big, but as of right now, it's only 10 people this year, you know. If we can keep it that low the rest of the year, we'd like to, the outreach hub, our partnership with the county, they've reached over 120 individuals year to date, keeps getting stronger every year. They'll be presenting at the PARI conference next year, early next year, the work that they've been doing there, so, you know, a lot of good work being done by our officers. Our SRO program, school resource officers, certainly paid dividends early this year with the incidents that they had, but having that structure in place, I believe, kept it controlled. They're also very beneficial this summer, protecting our new pool. When things started going a little crazy there, we had our officers there working every day, and I think it helped having their presence there. They knew everybody, so I think it was a good summer overall, so worked out well.
Go ahead, please.
So you said overall crime was up, but I know that, so you use that global term, but in terms of different different part.
Categories.
Part 1 crime, part 2, and all that stuff. And then there's this thing where Governor Hochul, this article today that said that our shootings are down 42% based on state data. So can you just tell us where, since there's a rise, where is that rise in crime?
The rise I mentioned is part 1 crime, so we're talking the assaults, the robberies, the larcenies, burglaries, that's what went up. But she is right that shootings are down, and that's why our shots fired are down actually 42%, and shooting incidents are down 38%, shooting victims down 33%. That's because we've been focusing so much on guns and shootings. We've been putting a lot of effort into that. Statewide we have through this initiative, so that we've been seeing positives from it as a result of that.
Larcenies and burglaries, I think, are the 2 highest increases.
What's that?
Burglaries and larcenies were the 2 highest increases, I
That
believe.
include them stealing my Amazon package?
That would be one of them.
I didn't report it.
Got a report.
That will be another initiative that we will be working on. Is organized retail crime. We're working with the state police on that, but we're also going to be doing something ourselves, working on that. A lot of individuals are out there stealing from our businesses and selling them to our other businesses, which are hugely high crime areas. So we'll be focusing on that.
It was disappointing when they opened my package. But I just wanted to add to the comment you said about the
I just realized what you said, I'm sorry.
about the SROs. I just want to add to that. I know that you said that it's because the officers of the school, but I have to tell you, I was there for the lockdown. And the safety team is a great part of what happens because there's more safety team members than there are SROs. They definitely work together, but part of that is that safety team they have in place, which are civilians who are from the community that people know, et cetera, and so on. Because when I was when I was in the rooms up in lockdown, the SROs that they're called CEOs.
Yes,
So,
community
CEO,
engagement officer.
Right, had been there earlier, but they left, so all of the management of what was going on in that cafeteria was done by the safety team and other members of the administration. So I just wanted to make sure that they work in conjunction, but they play a great role in that. So, just wanted to add that.
So,
Can you briefly just talk a little bit, I mean, I've been getting more calls, about panhandlers. And I know the hub is, you know, really trying to work on that. But
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I'll just give you one example. My most recent call was, someone who wanted me to put out I know we prevent panhandling in the street, but can you put out some legislation to prevent it on the sidewalk? And I was just like, well, you know, sidewalk, street, I mean, they're gonna just be in the air, I mean, like, where are they supposed to go? But I'm just thinking, you know, what can we, for me, I feel like it's like that bigger issue of poverty. And so, you know, what do we do to support our organizations that are working on anti-poverty initiatives? But I just wanted to, because I'm hearing it more and more, so I just wanted to get your take.
No doubt that it's a problem. It's a problem in Schenectady. It's a problem in every community. I saw in the news this morning, Clifton Park's.
Huge. Yes, I saw that, yeah, the aggressive legislation.
Rotterdam that passed it also, so it's, you know, there's certainly a problem. The hub is addressing it, although there are, we were told this morning at our CompStat meeting, it was this morning, right? Been a long day.
Yeah.
That there's 5 individuals out there that are no longer interested in any work from the hub, so if they do something, we will be arresting them. So we're trying not to arrest first, but we will arrest if we have to, if they're aggressive. And we know there's aggressive individuals out there. It's just a matter of, they move around, so we have to be able to catch them in the act of doing it, which is difficult when everything else is going on. But it's a problem that we recognize and we're working on.
Is there anything that we should be doing, or I know should's a hard word, but I mean, do you have advice for us as a council? Should we be thinking about any legislation or, I mean, think about it and let us know, but.
So I know there was a local municipality that put out language, paraphrasing essentially, it was like, don't give money to the homeless. And as you can imagine, that language just did not sit well with certain members of the community.
Yeah, absolutely.
What I would say is Schenectady County is very resource rich, so my wife's a social worker, and I would say Mr. Mancini can probably speak to some of that. A lot of the individuals, after conversations with city mission director, Mr. Sicosio, he's like, there are individuals that are seeking certain behaviors that they aren't willing to accept within their facilities. So in those conversations that I'm interacting with people, I'm directing them either to the Bethesda House, to the city mission, and in instances, they disregarding it, and that's their prerogative, but essentially, each time a resident gives them money, that reinforces the reason for them to stay out there. So it's just an unfortunate outcome.
And I was speaking, it was a police officer, I'm pretty sure, I was speaking to that there's a particular, there's like this hierarchy among the homeless, I just learned this. Are you the person that told me that?
I was not bad. I recently heard this.
Yeah, there's this hierarchy, and there's this couple who, they frequent Broadway and State. And when they're there, nobody else comes because, you know, they're like the king of the queen. But they also turn down any help because they're making so much money on the corner.
Well, I mean, I heard a similar story from one of our officers who, there's an organization that was giving out tents and sleeping bags. And so folks weren't wanting to, for example, leave Vale Park because they were okay. They had a tent and a sleeping bag, and as far as they were concerned, you know, they were kind of set. So almost it's like the organization was kind of enabling this to continue. So I don't know, I that was sort of eye-opening for me, you know, having had a long career in nonprofit and that kind of thing, but I was kind of like, you know, maybe we're doing, that was too much, do you know what I mean, helping. I don't know, but I just don't know what we should do, what we should be doing.
Chief, you mentioned that crime is up 8%. Is that a 12 months data or 6 months?
8%, it's up 8.1%. Part one crime up 8.1%, and that is year to date. And then the 12.3, I'm sorry, 8.1% up compared to this time last year.
I'll say the 12.
Compared to 10 months last year. So it's October 23, October 24, it's that comparison. And then the 12.3 is compared to a 5-year average.
If I can segue.
Go ahead, please.
I think it's important to kind of dispel either misinformation or just misinterpretations of information. So I know we had a very contentious overtime discussion in the last budget cycle. Is any of that related in your response to public safety or in this increase in crime in those specific parts?
No, I mean, we haven't changed our operations based on what happened last year. And the unfortunate thing is that we have officers that are working very hard every day and they're getting burned out. So we probably had more openings for overtime than we've had volunteers to work it. But we recognize the budget is tight this year and we started scaling it back and we're starting to fill the shifts now because we're offering out less in anticipation of a tight year. So, but up to this point, it hasn't had an effect on it.
But we should see a shift because of the staffing capacity right now, so we should see a shift. Because that's what, we mentioned over the last couple of years, that hiring more police officers will help to ease the burden on the overtime and fill all the shifts, and that's good that you're doing that, appreciate it.
But public safety would not suffer by your tightening up these, or not putting it out there. I mean, you're still out there.
Since this time last year, we got 9 out of the academy. I think we lost a couple of retirements, and then we're going to be getting. I think we got 9 and 9. So I think we've actually probably netted about 15 officers on the street since this time last year.
That's awesome.
And then we'll be getting another 4 soon, another 4 in a month, and then we have 8 in the academy, but that won't be until next May until we see a difference with them. So
That's great.
and by then we'll have probably another 4 or 5.
We'll have 3 by then for sure.
Yeah, good stuff.
Good job.
And I'm sure you have things in place to address the part 1
We do.
increase.
We do. We focus on what's spiking, and right now assaults and larcenies are spiking, burglaries are spiking. It's that time of the year, so we're actually looking at our assaults as possibly being over-reported, where somebody will call in and say I was assaulted, so that'll be the way it's categorized. Then we'll get out there. Turns out that they were just slapped in the face, so it was a harassment and assault. So we might be over-reporting those, so we have to look at that.
Sounds bad, but
Yeah, it does. It's like, what constitutes assault?
assault has to have physical injury.
Oh, okay.
Harassment is a slap.
Oh.
Or specifically, in the areas of Schenectady.
I would definitely.
Yes.
All right, can we please?
Capital.
Sorry.
Capital. Would you be able
The
to?
capital.
Hold on, the question was would you be able to say specifically which neighborhood these crime are up?
Yes, yeah. Our hotspots have not changed that much. So
It's the same.
They've primarily been the same. Central State Street, Brandywine area, Vale neighborhood, pockets of Mount Pleasant, most of their hotspots. Actually, Mount Pleasant got cool for a while. I think Eastern Avenue popped up, but now it's starting to go down, so.
Once that place
All
closed
right.
down.
Any other question? If not, we'll move to Capitol, Police Department. There are 2 items.
It's the 2 vehicles. We requested, actually, I don't have my most recent one.
Here you go.
2 SUV, 3 hybrids.
2 SUV for patrol, that would be the hybrid, and the 3 hybrid sedans would be for our detective division, and 3 hybrid vans or some sort of smaller SUV for our evidence technicians. And then the drone radar, it would be to increase, so we don't have to have visual observers. The chief mentioned earlier that it would be technology that we put in place so that anything that's flying from a drone to the biggest airplane out there would be caught on on a radar. It's like the radar screen you see on the TV shows. You would see actually where it is in the city, and you'll see a picture of it as well. So it would be manned and unmanned aircraft would show up on it, and that would be a requirement from the FAA in order to get the on-line site. So you do not need a visual observer at all.
So in addition to helping us with our drones or first responder program, it would also provide safety to our community for people flying drones that could be harmful. So especially during special events, we would know if a drone shows up that could possibly harm somebody. So it's got that added feature to it.
Wow.
Any question? Go ahead.
So you're buying 8 more vehicles this year, how many did we buy last year?
So we didn't buy any at all so right now we're trying to buy, the capital that you guys provided us last year was for 7 SUVs, 2 DD vehicles, 1 ASB vehicle, and an SOT van. So last year was, I believe it was 11 or 12 vehicles that we haven't bought yet, that we're in the process of purchasing. The money became available in May, and they were evaluating a few different options for purchases, leasing, and some other things, and it was determined not to go that way. So we're working with finance now, purchasing to work on getting the vehicles.
So the 11 from last year, we're just buying, and then this is additional 8.
This is 8, yes. Yes.
And when do we anticipate buying these?
The money doesn't come into May, so we have to.
So you have to wait until May to consider it?
Yes.
Another year.
And then once the 2 vehicles, the police vehicles, so right now we're ordering them in May, they come in, if we order them now, they come in January to February, and then after that, then it takes usually another 2 to 3 months to get them upfitted. So it's a constant struggle down the road. I mean, these are forecasted out several years, and then the vehicles that we're driving right now will be replaced by these vehicles.
What kind of money do we get for trade-ins?
Yeah.
Usually we don't trade them in, usually it's, they go to the scrapyard.
They die.
Yeah, so I think last year we scrapped 4 of them, I believe, and I think we got $400 or $500.
Yeah.
Sometimes we pass them on throughout the
Yeah,
city.
a lot of times we pass them to other departments instead of purchasing vehicles.
And sometimes they don't you auction them up, I think you buy.
Yes,
Former police cars.
yes. So we just had an auction throughout the summer. We actually cleaned out our police department of like everything we possibly could. Our ASB team, I mean, I love them. They're awesome. I think we took in like $26,000 or $27,000. Just
Wow.
if it wasn't bolted down, we didn't need it. It went to auction. So
With no cars.
There's
no cars though.
there was no cars now. There's cars waiting to go now. I believe over at the garage.
Request is less this year than normal. Capital request is less.
Oh yeah. Capital request, yes, it's going to be less than it was last year. I believe our total for our two numbers, our car request, we dropped down. We didn't last year. We had some SOT or SOS gear and something else. So
It's actually not on.
And we typically ask for some kind of computers for a capital request, but we got the grant this year, paid for them, so we didn't put it through.
Yeah, appreciate
Are there any other questions for the team? If not,
That
thank
was
you so
really
much.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done
you.
for the presentation.
Thanks for all you do.
That's good work. Yeah. Tomorrow, our meeting will continue. We will meet with Department of Streets, Snow, Ice, Property Management, Facility, Parks and Pools, Waste Collection, Disposal, Recycle, Water and Sewer Fund, Engineering, and Capital Budget. If there's nothing else, I ask for motion to recess until tomorrow, 5:30 p.m.
So,
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Good night. Have a good one, everyone.
good night. So John, you're bringing pizza tomorrow, right? Just kidding. Oh, boy.
Does she just have to be here?
Does she? Oh, she was being, I think she was representing the mayor, right?
It's not more inspection if you have legal things like that.
Right.
You need a legal representation because if you have, remember I asked her about this, we could be working on
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Do we have to do anything with this?
Same
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good night. What's left?
It's gonna be pajamas for me.
Oh my God, I gotta go online.
Put it in a folder, because I don't know if I'll see it, make it we'll have it tomorrow for the.
Thank you.
So don't put it in the mailbox.
So you can find the mailbox and put it in a folder, and just get it, okay, I may have stuff, other stuff.
Excuse me, sorry. I think it's definitely right. Don't you think? This is the record? I think it's John.
I would rather just have a little.
Yeah, because you know what?
And 10 minutes.
I got a chance to pay for,
They changed the assessment wanna come in.